Chapter 241. Zemo and Lung Shan were both dumbfounded. They could only see two red monster beasts emerge from Yang Kai's side and then shatter into pieces. From time to time, they could only see a ray of light shooting out, so they had no idea what he was doing. However, the two of them were still considered elites of their respective sects, so naturally they could see that Yang Kai was practicing some kind of mysterious martial skill they had never heard of before. It was just that, to practice so recklessly, how much primordial chi would he need to squander? How many of these martial skills do you think he can display with his yuan chi? Zemo couldn't help but ask Lung Shan softly. At most 5 moves, his yuan chi will be exhausted. Lung Shan estimated. Zemo didn't refute this time and instead nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with Lung Shan's point of view. The two women could feel the huge consumption of yuan chi from the yuan chi fluctuations, so it was obvious that this martial skill was definitely not low grade. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the more powerful it was, but the more yuan chi it consumed. Even if the two of them were to display this martial skill, they could only display it 10 times. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so naturally he couldn't support it for a long time. What? Do you have an idea? Lung Shan turned to look at Zemo meaningfully. Zemo was taken aback and patted her chest. Don't talk nonsense. Even if he has exhausted all of his vitality, he only needs a single thought to kill us. It's best for us to be honest. Being controlled by one's soul is no joke. Look, it's the 5th time. As they spoke, Yang Kai once again used his beast spirit skill, but this time he still didn't succeed. The white tiger seal and divine ox seal both activated, and the two beast spirits appeared. Yang Kai didn't rush and simply scattered them. Carefully feeling the mystery of this martial skill, he recalled the unique feeling he had when he had successfully fused it. Zemo smiled sweetly and reached into her sleeve, taking out a bottle. What are you doing? Zemo looked at her in surprise. Trying to please him. Zemo shook the bottle. This is our Tianlang dynasty's yuan qi restoration pill. You should have some on you, right? Now is the time when he needs to recover. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despicable, shameless. Shameless. Using humiliation for glory, Lung Shan reprimanded with a straight face. Hee. Don't say that. Zemo covered her mouth and giggled. If worst comes to worst, the next time he needs to recover, I'll give you the opportunity. We'll take turns. Lung Shan snorted. His hostility, however, was greatly restrained. Of course, she couldn't seduce Yang Kai, but she could give him some pills at the right time to win Yang Kai's favor. Now that his life and death were in his hands, he had to protect himself. Naturally, he had to lower his posture. Otherwise, if that cheap servant Zemo took the initiative, his future days would be very difficult. I'm going, Zemo said as she stood up, but before she could take another step, she heard 2 more roars coming from the other side. Did he use it again? Zemo was shocked, and so was Lung Shan. This time he should be exhausted, right? Zemo muttered to herself, a charming smile appearing on her face as she took a step forward. But at that moment, Yang Kai shattered the 2 beast spirits. Once again, he used his beast spirit skill. Success. The white tiger seal and divine ox seal merged perfectly, turning into a beam of light that shot forward. If there was a monster beast in front of him, it would definitely be hit by the beast slave seal and be controlled. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Kai kept waving his hands, continuously using his beast spirit skill. In a single breath, he used it 4 times, but failed twice. After succeeding twice, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he had found that feeling, but he still wasn't skilled enough. Zemo, who had just taken a step forward, quietly retracted her steps. Along with Lung Shan, both of them stared dumbly at the scene in front of them. Yang Kai's endurance had completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. A whole day passed. Yang Kai was still practicing his beast spirit skill. Zemo and Lung Shan were completely numb, their hearts filled with grief. Just how much yuan qi was stored in this person's body? How could he support such an unscrupulous attack? Could it be that this martial skill consumed very little yuan qi? Not to mention the two women's shock, Yang Kai was also inadvertently shocked. The Dantian's yang liquid reserves had actually decreased by more than 20 drop. Now that there were no more yang attribute pills to supplement his yang liquid, the Dantian's reserves had to be used sparingly, otherwise, there would be no way to restrain the evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton. However, using his beast spirit skill really consumed too much yuan qi. Not only did he use his beast spirit skill, but also his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, yang inflammation wings, star mark, all of which required a huge amount of yuan qi. If it was any separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, it would be impossible for them to use these techniques too frequently. I can no longer use my yang liquid to practice my beast spirit skill. After frowning for a long time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had 3 energy warehouses in his body. The star space was exclusive to the star mark martial skill, and the Dantian's yang liquid could not be squandered, but the unyielding golden skeleton's energy could. The amount of energy stored in the golden body was almost immeasurable. Normally, he could only extract energy from the golden body when he used the unyielding will. Now, could he think of a way to use the energy in the golden body to perform martial skills? If he could, then his endurance would rise to a new level, and he would no longer have to worry about the amount of yang liquid he had. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yang Kai became excited, because none of his martial skills required the use of yang attribute yuan qi. All of them could be used by any attribute yuan qi. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forced the remaining true yang yuan qi from his meridians into his dantian, completely emptying all his meridians. Immersing his mind into the golden skeleton, Yang Kai tried to communicate with it, trying to extract energy from it. Gradually, the golden skeleton responded, and a small amount of energy poured out of it, pouring into his meridians. A faint sense of violence and bloodthirst rose in his heart. This was the characteristic of the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, a very evil energy. It was completely different from the pure yang attribute true yang yuan qi, a completely opposite existence. As the golden skeleton's energy poured into him, Yang Kai's whole body gradually became wrapped in a black aura, crazy, cruel, and violent, spreading out in all directions. Zemo and Leng Shan saw this scene from a distance and couldn't help but feel their hearts jump. "It's become the demon race," Zemo exclaimed. "It's really become the demon race." Leng Shan also stood up and stared at Yang Kai. The 2 women suddenly looked at each other, seeing the joy and excitement in each other's eyes. In their minds, Yang Kai was obviously practicing that mysterious martial skill too frequently, causing his yuan qi to become chaotic, causing his mind to become restless, and then he couldn't control it, leading to the current situation. They didn't care about Yang Kai's life or death, but now that he was in such a situation, the 2 women saw a glimmer of hope. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his meridians would burn. His cultivation would be ruined. He would become a complete waste, or he would die on the spot, his soul scattered. Regardless of what kind of result Yang Kai would end up in, Zemo and Leng Shan were willing to see it. It would be best if he died. The 2 women secretly prayed in their hearts. Their pretty faces were filled with joy and expectation. If Yang Kai really become the demon race because of the unyielding golden skeleton, then the brand imprinted in their minds would be broken, and they would be able to regain their freedom. The 2 women's eyes stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Their breathing gradually became unstable, and their expressions became extremely nervous. As the black qi around Yang Kai's body gradually became thicker, the violent and bloodthirsty aura around him also became more and more intense. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his mind will become muddled, and he won't recognize anyone. What if he accidentally detonates the brand imprinted in our minds? Leng Shan suddenly thought of a very practical problem. Right now, Kai Yang was definitely unconscious and unable to think, so the possibility of her thinking was very low. However, they still had to be on guard. If Yang Kai really did do this, then they would die too unjustly. Zemo's expression changed, her beautiful face turning pale, licking her lips and staring deeply at Leng Shan. "What do you want to do?" "Add fuel to the fire." Leng Shan bit her lip and suggested in a trembling voice. Zemo's brow furrowed slightly, thinking about the gains and losses as well as the possibility of success. After a long time, she nodded slightly. "Good, but let's wait a little longer. I don't know if he's still conscious, but if the situation becomes more serious, then we'll go. The last sentence was said resolutely and decisively. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. Lung Shan secretly nodded. Clenching her teeth, she stared in the direction of Yang Kai. Her thoughts were much more complicated than Zimo's. After all, even if she killed Yang Kai and removed the brand imprinted in her mind, Zimo still had dozens of monster beasts to enslave. Lung Shan, on the other hand, was all alone, so naturally she had to plan for a way out. Under the observation of the two women, the signs of Yang Kai's become the demon race were becoming more and more serious. The black qi around him was so thick that it was almost impossible to see his figure. Wrapped in it, only a rough outline could be seen. Even though they were several dozen meters away, the two women could still clearly feel the evil aura seeping out of the black qi. After waiting for the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Zimo said, "It looks like he has completely fallen into the state of become the demon race. There really is no way to escape. Do you want to go?" Lung Shan glanced at Zimo. Zimo grit her teeth and nodded slightly. The two women took a deep breath and slowly approached Yang Kai together, their yuan qi secretly condensing as they vigilantly observed Yang Kai's movements. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As they approached, the two women's heartbeats couldn't help but accelerate. This was a matter of life and death for them. How could they remain calm? 20 meters, 10 meters. As long as they were within 5 meters, the two women would be able to attack together and instantly take Yang Kai's life. Once they killed him, the brand imprinted in their minds would be removed. As if they could see freedom beckoning to them, whether it was Zimo or Lung Shan, their pretty faces couldn't help flushing with nervousness and anticipation. 5 meters, just as the two women hardened their hearts and were about to recklessly kill him, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the black qi. These eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious power, piercing through the hearts of Zimo and Lung Shan. The two women involuntarily stopped in their tracks, their tender bodies trembling uncontrollably. They could see all kinds of evil in these eyes, but even so, there was still a sense of calmness and ridicule in them. Chapter 242. In the next moment, Yang Kai, who was wrapped in black qi, grinned at them. His smile was extremely evil, and his mouth full of white fangs looked extremely terrifying under the contrast of the black qi. Looking at those eyes and that evil grin, Zimo froze in place, her yuan qi involuntarily calming down, not daring to show the slightest hostility. "You." Zimo's brow furrowed. She really couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai had actually become the demon race or not. "I should give you some punishment." Yang Kai coldly snorted, pushing out his hands and summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi beast spirits, these two beast spirits were pitch black, just like Yang Kai himself, full of evil and mysterious aura. With a roar, the two beast spirits rushed forward, one from the left and one from the right, directly pressing the two women to the ground. "We were wrong, we thought you'd become the demon race." Zimo screamed in horror. Although her strength was much higher than the beast spirits, she still didn't dare to resist. She didn't want to suffer the pain of having her soul tortured again. "Even if I become the demon race, do you think you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of me?" Yang Kai sneered. If he hadn't seen through their thoughts, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so polite to them. What they were doing now was only out of self-preservation. With a thought, the two beast spirits dispersed and the two women hurriedly got up, terrified. Looking at them indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Now tell me, what kind of punishment do you want?" Zimo trembled, biting her lip. "As long as you don't torture my soul, I'll accept anything." "Really?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Zimo nodded. Torturing one's soul was worse than death. It was the most vicious form of torture in the world. "What about you?" Yang Kai glanced over at Lung Shan. Me too." Lung Shan stuttered. Yang Kai coldly stared at the two of them and suddenly chuckled. "Then, take off your clothes." Hearing this, the two women trembled. Zimo quickly returned to her senses and immediately smiled, unbuttoning her robes and slowly taking them off. Her watery eyes contained boundless flirtatious feelings. On the other hand, Lung Shan's body stiffened. She was completely at a loss. It's fine if you don't want to take it off. You'll have to be tortured 3 times until you pass out. It's your choice, Yang Kai said coldly. Thinking of that pain, Lung Shan's entire body turned ice cold. Only then did he close his eyes. He allowed his tears to fall as he said fiercely, "If there comes a day when I can regain my freedom, I will do it. I will tear you to pieces." Yang Kai laughed. "I'll be waiting." Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and the 2 women's graceful figures were soon revealed to Yang Kai. Whether it was Zimo or Lung Shan, both were not bad looking. Their faces were beautiful, and their figures were even more enchanting. Their chests were round, their abdomens were flat, and their buttocks were slender. Yang Kai unscrupulously swept his eyes over the 2 women's bodies, secretly comparing them, his eyes spitting fire. Soon, both of them were only left with their undergarments. One was wearing a bright red tube top, while the other was wearing a light purple tube top. The thin undergarments could not hide the boundless spring scenery at all. 2 dark red protrusions protruded under the undergarments like grapes. They were small and exquisite, and could be clearly seen. Their lower bodies. The scenery was even more gorgeous, covering most of the fragrant grass, giving a kind of hazy feeling. It was impossible to see clearly, but it was enough to arouse one's imagination. Except for the most important part. The 2 women's beauty was imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. "Do you still want to take it off?" Zimo lightly pursed her lips and asked softly. Her face blushed. Yang Kai only wanted to teach them a lesson, he didn't want to go too far. He could see that Zimo was a bold and generous woman, while Lung Shan was a bit more conservative. If he went too far, she wouldn't be able to bear it. After feasting his eyes, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Zimo was stunned on the spot. Lung Shan also opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. The 2 women had thought that this time they were doomed, but they hadn't expected that this man in front of them would just look at them and let them go. After thinking for a moment, Zimo suddenly grinned and stared deeply at Yang Kai's crotch. Her eyes flashed a look of understanding, and she couldn't help giggling. In the face of such beauty, in this world, besides a true gentleman, there was only one kind of person who would remain indifferent. It turned out that he, at this moment, Zimo's heart filled with pleasure. She couldn't help but want to laugh, her shoulders trembling, but she forced herself to hold back. "What are you still standing there for? I'll count to 3, if you don't leave, then don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai didn't notice Zimo's expression and frowned as he threatened. Lung Shan felt like she had been pardoned and hurriedly bowed. "Leave your clothes behind and get lost," Yang Kai said lightly. Lung Shan shot a resentful and aggrieved look towards Yang Kai before quickly covering her private parts and fleeing from the scene. Zimo, on the other hand, didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lazily stretching her waist, she once again threw a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai before turning around and twisting her waist like a water snake. Her round buttocks swayed back and forth, swaying back and forth as she walked away. Watching the 2 women disappear behind a large tree, Yang Kai closed his eyes and suppressed the urge in his heart. In fact, he didn't mind having sex with Zimo. In any case, this woman looked very generous, so if he really did take her body, she probably wouldn't care too much. However, after all, the 2 of them were enemies. Once they reached a point where they couldn't be reconciled, they might end up in a life or death situation. Moreover, last time on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had improved his state of mind a lot, so this time he wanted to suppress it. Between strength and women, Yang Kai preferred the former. While Yang Kai was suppressing and improving his state of mind, behind the large tree, Lung Shan and Zimo were hiding their bodies, silently staring at each other. This time, not only had their sneak attack failed, but they had also been taken advantage of by that little brat. It was really a big loss. Lung Shan was flustered and exasperated, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She reached out and picked up a piece of withered grass on the ground, twisting it with all her strength as she cursed, "Bastard, beast, bullying a weak woman, who do you think you are? Sooner or later, I will make him pay back double." Zimo was speechless, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. "We are in front of him. We can't be considered weak women, right? His strength is lower than ours. Moreover, We were the ones who conspired against him first, he was just giving us a small warning. It's just a few glances, he didn't really do anything to you. Lung Shan stared at Zemo coldly and bitterly said, "You don't care at all?" Hee hee. Zemo suddenly laughed, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. If it was another man who saw it, I'm afraid I would care. But him, there's no harm in letting him see more. Chempage. It seems you've already given up on yourself. Lung Shan said disdainfully. Zemo didn't care and waved her hand. I'll tell you a secret, once you know, I promise you won't care too much. What secret? Lung Shan asked suspiciously. Zemo leaned forward. She whispered a few words. After hearing this, Lung Shan's face turned red and green, and her eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude and delight. You mean, he can't do anything about it? Lung Shan asked softly, trying not to laugh. Sure. Why say it out loud? It's fine as long as you know it. Zemo stretched out a finger and blocked Lung Shan's mouth. How do you know? Lung Shan asked curiously. For the first time, she felt a sense of familiarity with Zemo, so she couldn't help leaning closer to her. The two of us were almost naked, but he was still indifferent. Besides impotence, what other explanation could there be? Zemo covered her mouth and said, if it was any other man, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist our temptation. So, he must have some kind of hidden disease. Lung Shan listened and nodded involuntarily. Her face was full of approval. This is a big taboo for any man. Zemo seemed to understand a lot, so she and Lung Shan leaned their heads together and whispered, "You must never mention it in front of him, otherwise you will definitely be killed." "Ian, I won't mention it." Lung Shan nodded again and again, immediately saying, "But if he has this kind of disease, you said before that we seduce him. Wouldn't that be impossible?" Zemo chuckled, "It's precisely because he's sick that we need to seduce him. We can't do anything to him right now, so if we seduce him and watch him suffer, we won't be able to vent. Isn't that revenge?" Lung Shan suddenly came to a realization, and an eager look appeared on her face. Looking at Zemo with admiration, she said, "You really know a lot." Zemo glanced at her, "Little hussy, our Tianlang dynasty's women aren't as conservative as your Great Han dynasty's." "Then you, with a man?" Lung Shan said, her face turning red. Zemo also felt a little embarrassed. "No, I haven't met a man who can conquer me yet." Lung Shan curled her lips, "I don't believe you." After 2 days of continuous meditation, Yang Kai first resisted the temptation in his heart and improved his state of mind a lot, then once again began practicing the beast slave seal. Although he still couldn't fuse the white tiger seal and divine ox seal together every time, he was finally able to get a feel for it and was much more proficient than before. These 2 days, Yang Kai had consumed a huge amount of energy, but the energy stored in his unyielding golden skeleton was bottomless, so this kind of consumption wasn't a burden at all. At this moment, Zemo was sitting in the middle of a group of monster beasts, still wearing only her undergarments. Yang Kai's punishment for them was not over yet. Their strength wasn't low, so naturally they weren't afraid of the cold, but their current appearance was too embarrassing, so Zemo had arranged for the dozens of monster beasts to surround her and Lung Shan, blocking their view of the spring scenery. These 2 days, the two women had mostly discussed how to retaliate against Yang Kai, making him suffer so much that he wished he was dead. As they chatted, they actually shared a common enemy and became closer to each other. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Zemo was stunned for a moment before letting out a light sigh. It seems he still has some conscience. Saying so, she ordered the 2 monster beasts to run out and bring back her and Lung Shan's clothes. When the 2 neatly dressed and walked to Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai opened his eyes as if nothing had happened. The 2 women were secretly shocked. These days, this young man in front of them had squandered a lot of yuan qi and even showed signs of becoming the demon race, but now he was back to normal, without the slightest trace of fatigue. Mysterious man, the 2 women thought to themselves. Chapter 243. I want to ask you something. Yang Kai looked at Zemo and said, "Good." Zemo chuckled and slowly walked over to Yang Kai's side, bringing a fragrant scent with her as she sat down unscrupulously, not showing the slightest annoyance towards Yang Kai's previous punishment. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Lung Shan also came over and sat down on the other side of him, but unlike Zimo, her body was a bit stiff. When Yang Kai looked at her, she actually managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Furrowing his brow, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what these two vicious women were up to, but he didn't notice any hostility from them, so he didn't bother with them. He just assumed that they had realized the situation they were in and didn't dare act presumptuously in front of him anymore. "Master, what do you want to ask?" Zemo snuggled up to Yang Kai, deliberately pushing her chest against his elbow as she breathed out. "Ahem. What did you call me?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. "Master." Zemo smiled sweetly, her towering breasts bouncing up and down as she spoke in a sweet voice. Not only was Yang Kai unable to bear this form of address, even Lung Shan, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't help shivering, a layer of heat appearing on her arms. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire Zemo's shamelessness. "I can't do the same," Lung Shan thought to herself. Zemo smiled like a flower. "I don't know your name, and my life is now in your hands. What's the difference between me and a slave from a rich family? If you point me to the east, I don't dare to the west. If you tell me to lie down, I don't dare to stand." Saying so, she shyly glanced at Yang Kai, her voice gradually lowering. "If you tell me to take off my clothes, I will take off my clothes. You are naturally my master. Don't try to act like that with me." Yang Kai frowned. "You calling me master is not something you are willing to do. I feel uncomfortable hearing you call me that. As I said before, I control you only to protect myself. As long as you don't try anything funny, I won't embarrass you." Zemo froze for a moment before pursing her lips. "I was just joking." "What's your name?" "Yang Kai. What about you?" The two women reported their names. Yang Kai already knew about Lung Shan's background, so naturally there was nothing to inquire about. What he was interested in was Zemo. "Tell me about your sect. Don't lie to me. When you lie, there are some different fluctuations in your soul. I can feel it." Yang Kai warned. "How would I dare?" Zemo glared at Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "I am from the Tianlang dynasty's Sen Luo temple. I don't know if you've heard of it." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. The information he knew was limited to the Great Han Empire, and he didn't know much about the outside world. Lung Shan, on the other hand, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard this. "Sister Lung seems to have heard of it." Zemo chuckled. Lung Shan nodded slightly. "Tianlang dynasty's superforce. Naturally, I've heard of it. A superforce, an existence on the same level as the central capital's 8 great families?" Yang Kai was stunned, never having imagined that Zemo's sect would be so famous. "More or less." Zemo chuckled. Her hand gently wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. "Moreover, I'm a princess of the Tianlang dynasty, so you'd better not let me die. If you take me to Tianlang dynasty, maybe you'll be able to become the emperor's son-in-law. From now on, you won't have to worry about wealth." "Hey," Yang Kai glared at her. Obviously, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. This woman's mind was strange, her thoughts were deep, and she wasn't easy to deal with. On the other hand, Lung Shan's thoughts were easily revealed on her face. Compared to Zemo, she gave Yang Kai much less pressure. "Although we brother and sister come from Sen Luo Temple, we don't represent the sect. However, it does not represent the entire sect. If you think you can look down on our Tianlang dynasty's superforce because of this, then you are too short-sighted." Zemo continued. "The few of us can only be regarded as disciples of a branch of Sen Luo Temple. Our main task is to study some insects. The two of you have already experienced it. You're soul-controlling insects." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Hearing Yang Kai's disdain, Zemo angrily said, "My strength is too low. The insects I raise are naturally not your opponents. If they were good soul-controlling insects, they wouldn't be afraid of heat at all. So those insects are afraid of heat." Yang Kai inadvertently spied this information. Zemo also realized that she had spilled the beans, so she simply said, "Their nemesis is heat, so any cultivator who cultivates a yang or fire attribute cultivator cannot control them." This also explained why a few days ago, when Lung Shan had told Zemo that Yang Kai cultivated a yang attribute secret art, Zemo had immediately tried to kill him. However, these insects still have some redeeming qualities. At least you Qianlang dynasty people have relied on them to run rampant in this place. Yang Kai thought about Wu Chengyi and the other 30 people who had been chased to the ends of the earth, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai had been lucky enough to discover the mystery of these soul-controlling insects. If he had fought Zimo without knowing anything about them, by relying on the dozens of monster beast, she would have had the absolute upper hand. Naturally, there are many benefits. We can use these insects to control monster beast and grow stronger like a snowball. If we encounter a monster beast or your Great Han Dynasty cultivator, we won't even need to lift a finger to kill them. However, the disadvantages are equally obvious. For example, when we meet someone like you, we have to be careful of our insects being burned, which in turn damages our souls. Zimo glared at Yang Kai bitterly, her face filled with depression. That's why those who cultivate Yang and fire attribute secret arts are your priority target. Yang Kai's words revealed the truth. That's natural. Without these two kinds of people, our soul-controlling insects will be able to exert their greatest effect. Zimo proudly said, but in fact, you don't have to worry too much. Our soul-controlling insects are too small. Generally speaking, even if your Great Han Dynasty cultivator kills the monster beast we control, they won't be able to discover the existence of these soul-controlling insects. We just need to find the right opportunity to retrieve them. I really don't understand how you were able to discover this secret. Zimo curiously looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, guess for yourself. Zimo's chest heaved up and down, but she didn't dare to act too presumptuous. In the entire isolated world, besides the few cultivators from the Qianlang dynasty, Yang Kai was probably the only one who was aware of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. Everyone else, no matter who it was, only knew that the Qianlang dynasty cultivators were able to control and enslave monster beasts to do battle. None of them had thought of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. By the way, when I was at the lake that day, there were a total of 4 people from Sen Luo Temple. How come you're the only one left? Yang Kai looked at Zimo suspiciously. When this sentence was asked, Zimo's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger. On the other side, Leng Shan also chuckled. You can't tell me? Yang Kai's voice became low, his expression unkind. It's not that I can't tell you. Zimo took a deep breath. Leng Shan also knows the situation, let her tell you. Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised and turned to look at Leng Shan. Ian, I know. Leng Shan nodded. Let's hear it. Leng Shan pondered for a moment, seemingly sorting out her thoughts. A moment later she said, for the past 6 months, Zimo and the other Qianlang cultivator have been unbridled and surrounded, making me and Jin Hao suffer. Most of the time, we were hiding, but the monster beast sense of smell is too strong, so we were often found hiding. This continued until a month ago. More than a month ago, we met a group of a cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty. There were about 30 of them. Yang Kai's expression changed. Naturally he knew who this group of cultivators was. Although our Ghost King Valley has a bad reputation and can be considered an evil sect, in the end, we were all from the Great Han Dynasty, so Jin Hao and I integrated into that group. We thought we had found a backer, haha. Leng Shan couldn't help but smile bitterly, but we didn't expect that in less than 2 days, we would be surrounded by monster beast. Now that she thought about it, if she and Jin Hao hadn't integrated into that group, they probably wouldn't have fallen into enemy hands so quickly. More than 30 people, although they seemed powerful, in fact, they were a big target, far less convenient than her and Jin Hao. And then? Yang Kai asked. After a hard battle, many died, and most of the rest were captured. Captured? Yang Kai was stunned. How could they be captured? Aren't you all Yuan Qi boundary? If you noticed something was wrong, shouldn't you be able to fly away? We couldn't escape. Leng Shan said helplessly. It's not that they're incompetent. Zimo took a deep breath and interjected. Then what's the reason? It's because my brother Kai Shui is too strong. Zimo looked towards Yang Kai. What's his strength? Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, not because of his strength. Zimo shook her head. That's the demonic beast enslaved by his subordinates. How many monster beast does he have? Yang Kai frowned. Zemo raised one finger. 100. Zemo shook her head. It can't be 1,000, right? Yonkai's face paled. Zemo smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? He only has one monster beast. But that monster beast is a 6th-order monster beast. Yonkai's eyes flashed with shock. Yes, it is a 6th-order monster beast. Although it's not a very strong 6th-order monster beast, it's more than enough to deal with a Yuan Qi cultivator. All the cultivators who tried to escape were killed by my brother Kai Shui and that monster beast. There's a 6th-order monster beast here? Yonkai's mind raced. Up until now, the most powerful monster beast he had encountered was only a 5th-order one. Zemo's brother Kai Shui could use his soul-controlling insects to control them, but he could use his beast slave seal to control them. If he could find another 6th-order monster beast, he could also do whatever he wanted. I'm afraid there's only one. Zemo's eyes flashed with envy. Moreover, brother spent a lot of effort to subdue that 6th-order monster beast. He gave up all the monster beasts he controlled and took out his soul-controlling insects, allowing them to swallow and fuse with him. This was a very risky move. The slightest mistake and all the soul-controlling insects would have died, but brother's luck was very good. After nearly 100 soul-controlling insects fused together, they all evolved, so he was able to control a 6th-order monster beast. Although Zemo's explanation was simple, Yonkai couldn't help admiring her brother Kai Shui. Taking such a huge risk just to evolve a single soul-controlling insect, it was obvious that this person's personality was decisive and fierce. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Chapter 244. Go on. Yonkai temporarily put aside the idea of subduing a 6th-order monster beast and turned to Lung Shan. Lung Shan nodded. Of the more than 30 people, nearly 10 died. Except for one who managed to escape with his strength, the rest were all implanted with soul-controlling insects and are now under Zemo's control. Of the one who had escaped, Yonkai didn't need to ask to know who it was. Besides Wu Chengyi, no one else could have done such a thing. Why didn't they kill you? Yonkai asked suspiciously. The blood beads obtained from killing a cultivator were much better than those obtained from subduing a monster beast, especially since those people were all masters at the Yuan Qi boundary. They wanted to obtain the secrets of their respective sects from us, so they didn't kill us for the time being. Lung Shan smiled bitterly. All of us are the elites of our respective sects, so the martial skills and secret arts we cultivate are naturally the best in our respective sects. The Tianlang dynasty's people were aiming for this. Yang Kai turned to look at Zemo, but Zemo just shrugged and said, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything to those people. The ones I controlled were only Lung Shan and Jin Hao, and I didn't even have time to interrogate them about their martial skills and secret arts before they were subdued by you." Lung Shan continued, "After the Tianlang dynasty's people won, Zemo's brother Kai Shui took his 6th-order monster beast and left alone to pursue Wu Chengyi. Then, for some unknown reason, the three of them had a big quarrel, so Jin Hao and I were assigned to Zemo and left that group." When Lung Shan said this, Zemo gritted her teeth and sneered, her face filled with anger. Yang Kai turned to look at her and sneered, "It looks like you and your 2 fellow disciples didn't get along very well. Is there no fighting in your sect?" Zemo rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. "This time we came here for life experience. We have a total of 3 tasks. The first is to obtain blood beads to strengthen ourselves, and the second is to extract the cultivation methods of those martial skills and secret arts from the mouths of you great Han Dynasty cultivators. The third was to find the legendary brilliant flame liquid and soul-cleansing dew. Every mission is related to our future, so we have to complete it well. After returning to the sect, there will naturally be more benefits. Your 2 fellow disciples joined forces to bully you. They don't want you to get any benefits, right?" Yang Kai instantly understood the situation. After capturing so many people, only 2 were given to Zemo. Even if Zemo was able to extract information from Lung Shan and Jin Hao, she would only be able to obtain some of Ghost King Valley's secrets. In comparison, Zemo's 2 fellow disciples had much more resources in their hands. This was a competition between members of the same sect, which existed in any sect. They're from the same family. Naturally, I will be excluded. Zemo gnashed her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Do you want me to help you seek justice? The grudge between the three disciples of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's Dark Azura Hall was definitely a bargaining chip that could be used. Since everyone was in a foreign land, they would meet sooner or later. If Yang Kai wanted to live comfortably, he had to strike first and get rid of the two Sen Luo temple cultivator. Not to mention, they also had a big brother who controlled the sixth order monster beast. This person was the same as Wu Chengyi, the strongest enemy. Before meeting this person, he had to eliminate all unstable factors. Zemo's eyes flashed as she glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. Although my life is in your hands, I am still a disciple of Tianlang Kingdom, a cultivator of Sen Luo Temple. I won't do anything to betray my sect. Even if you kill me, I won't, so don't expect me to help you deal with them. Yang Kai couldn't help but look at her with some surprise, never having expected this woman to be so principled. Not wanting to force her, Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just saying, if you don't want to then forget it. Zemo was stunned. She had refused Yang Kai's offer and was mentally prepared to accept the punishment, but he had actually let it go so easily. Why are you so easygoing? Zemo didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking. She was a little suspicious. What do you think? Yang Kai snorted. Zemo blinked her big eyes and smiled. If you're really so easygoing, then remove the seal on my mind. Wishful thinking. Over the next few days, Yang Kai, Lung Shan, and Zemo spent their time together in the isolated world. Now, they basically didn't encounter any enemies, only occasionally encountering one or two monster beast. If it was a fourth order one, she would kill it on the spot and take its blood bead. If it was a fifth order one, Zemo would control it and plant a soul-controlling insect. However, after a few days, they had only encountered a single fifth order monster beast. Yang Kai didn't want the blood beads and gave them all to Zemo. He didn't lack the energy contained in these blood beads. What he wanted to do now was to constantly temper his meridians and Dantian Yuan Qi so that he could progress towards the Yuan Qi realm. Right now, his main goal was to find the legendary soul-cleansing dew. It was said that Zemo's brother Kai Shui was also looking for it. Whether it was Zemo or Lung Shan, they didn't know much about the soul-cleansing dew, so naturally they didn't know where to look for it. However, what made Yang Kai feel very strange was that these days, whether it was her actions or words, Zemo was constantly teasing him. Compared to when they first met, she was even more wanton and unrestrained. Even Lung Shan, this cold woman, would sometimes do the same. She unintentionally revealed a beautiful and faintly discernible beauty. Occasionally, Yang Kai would see a trace of sympathy and pleasure in their eyes. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. After walking for half a day, the three of them finally found a place to sit down and rest. Of the dozens of monster beast, only half were with them, the other half had been sent out to investigate the situation. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation to restore his strength when two fragrant wafts came from beside him. Immediately, Zemo and Lung Shan sat down next to him, one on his left and one on his right. They clung to each other tightly, as if it was very cold. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at them. Lung Shan was embarrassed by his stare, her cheeks turning red. Zemo forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong? You two have been acting very strange these past few days. Were you secretly discussing something?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen expression. Zemo cried out in grievance, "How could that be? The two of us are always by your side, even if we wanted to discuss something, we didn't have the opportunity." Yang Kai also thought about it. They really didn't have the time to conspire, but why did he always feel like something was wrong with them? Why do you think we're acting strange? Zemo smiled sweetly, leaning into Yang Kai's arms, half of her body snuggling up against him. Her firm and full chest squeezed against Yang Kai's arm, completely changing shape. Feeling an amazing elasticity, Yang Kai lowered his head and saw Zemo's snow-white chest. Zemo snickered in her heart, but her face remained expressionless as she leaned forward slightly, revealing even more. "It's just a feeling." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking, licking his lips, his expression unscrupulous. "Hee, your feelings aren't always accurate." Zemo giggled, her chest rolling up and down. While his throat was burning, Lung Shan also pressed her chest against his. Yang Kai's whole body shook, his abdomen feeling like it was on fire. Two different sensations, one from the left and one from the right, made his soul flutter. Steeling his heart, he pushed Zemo to the ground and directly mounted her. "Ah!" Zemo exclaimed, but she didn't show the slightest fear, her pair of beautiful eyes like a spring tide, a smile on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "This smelly brat can't even do anything, what else does he want?" Humph. Lung Shan, who was next to her, was startled, staring dumbfounded. "This is what you asked for. These past few days, I've seen that you don't have any good intentions towards me, right?" Yang Kai's expression was ferocious, his hands covering Zemo's full breasts and rubbing them. When did I have any bad intentions towards you?" Zemo bit her red lips, her brow furrowed in pain, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a kind of pleasure after being ravaged, wishing that Yang Kai's big hands would be a bit stronger. This thought came to her mind, causing her to blush with shame. "Do you really think I'm blind?" Yang Kai sneered, rudely and overbearingly lifting up Zemo's clothes, exposing her beautiful upper body to his eyes, his big hands rubbing her breasts without the slightest trace of tenderness. Zemo's body stiffened, and she couldn't help but moan. Lung Shan, who was standing to the side, was dumbstruck. Hearing this charming sound, her heart filled with a strange feeling. As Yang Kai continued to rub her breasts, Zemo began to wriggle her body, making a series of incessant squeaking sounds, causing Lung Shan to feel powerless and collapse to the ground, her legs tightly clamped together. Although she was very aroused, Zemo still hadn't lost her mind. She and Lung Shan had teased Yang Kai together just to see him make a fool of himself. Now that his wolf nature had been aroused, Zemo really couldn't handle it. Wasn't he? How could he still be in such a good mood? Zemo gasped for breath, quietly bending her knee, she aimed it at Yang Kai's crotch. A moment later, Zemo felt something as hard as iron and as hot as fire. Shocked, Zemo exclaimed, her body instantly stiffening, her pretty face immediately changing color. "Heh." Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned, reaching out his hand and reaching under Zemo's skirt. Don't. Zemo panicked, quickly grabbing Yang Kai's arm. "You think I'll stop just because you say no?" Yang Kai sneered, but his movements didn't stop. Wherever his big hand went, it was warm, wet, and muddy. Zemo, who was struggling, instantly lost the strength to resist and softly lay down. Lung Shan also lost the ability to think, she didn't know how Zemo could act so realistically. Even if she wanted to see him make a fool of himself, she didn't need to sacrifice so much. This was already somewhat unacceptable. Lung Shan's face turned red, her heartbeat accelerated, her blood boiled, and her lower abdomen seemed to be filled with all kinds of emotions. Just as Zemo felt like she had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, she suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she quickly pushed away Kai Yang, who was caressing her. Her complexion greatly changed. "You wait, my monster beast is dead, there may be enemies nearby." Chapter 245. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's lust was instantly extinguished, his brow furrowing as he asked, "How many died?" 6. Instantly killed, 1 5th order, 5 4th order. Zemo's face was filled with shock, her brow furrowed as she crawled out from under Yang Kai's body and hurriedly arranged her clothes to cover her upper body. Not knowing what she was thinking, her clear eyes quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's crotch before quickly turning away, her face as red as blood, flashing an alluring luster. "Do you know who did this and how many people there are?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Zemo controlled the monster beast through her soul-controlling insect, so within a certain range she could sense whether the monster beast was dead or alive, but other information was difficult to grasp. After all, she had not seen it with her own eyes. "I'm not sure." Zemo shook her head. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai made a prompt decision. "It may be dangerous." Zemo hesitated. What if it's the master who escaped before? Naturally, she was referring to Wu Chengyi. In this isolated world, being able to kill 6 monster beasts in an instant meant that the other party's strength was definitely very strong. If it's him, that would be the best. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little eager. Wu Chengyi had sent his junior brother to kill him, something Yang Kai still held a grudge against him. Sooner or later he would settle this account, not to mention, Wu Chengyi most likely had a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him. Whether it was revenge or treasure, Yang Kai had no reason to let him go. Seeing Yang Kai so stubborn, Zemo couldn't just ignore his intentions. What's more, even if it really was Wu Chengyi, facing Zemo's monster beast army would not be easy. Hurriedly ordering, Zemo led the rest of the monster beast army towards the scene of the accident. Lung Shan also followed, the two women walking side by side, deliberately leaving Yang Kai behind. Yang Kai didn't pay them any mind and simply followed behind them while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. What's wrong? Lung Shan keenly noticed the change in Zemo and couldn't help asking. What? Zemo seemed to be in a daze just now. He didn't seem to have heard Lung Shan's words. You've become strange. Lung Shan looked at her curiously. Didn't you say you were going to seduce him and embarrass him? Why did you? Lung Shan thought for a long time before she came up with a suitable adjective. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Zemo couldn't wait to dig a hole and crawl into it. Her ears and neck were all red as she gritted her teeth and whispered, "Don't talk about this anymore. Don't try to seduce him again in the future, otherwise, you might end up playing with fire." Ah. Lung Shan was surprised. What a huge loss. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai wasn't a real man, so Zemo didn't take his frivolity to heart. So what if he kissed and touched her? You're not a real man. What more could he do? Even if I were to strip naked and lie in front of you, you would only be able to touch me. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai was not what she had imagined at all. The feeling of touch in that instant. Even now, it still lingered in Zemo's mind. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zemo's heart was not as bold as she appeared on the surface. But, if he really was a real man, then why was he able to remain indifferent when she and Lung Shan almost stripped naked a few days ago? What kind of man would be able to resist the temptation at their fingertips? Could it be that he was really a gentleman? While her thoughts were running wild, Zemo soon arrived at the place where the 6 monster beast had died. There were some bloodstains on the ground, but the monster beast's body was no longer there. All that was left was a pile of powder. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. Zemo squatted down and fiddled with the powder. A moment later her expression changed. What's wrong? Lung Shan asked. The soul-controlling insects are gone. Zemo's face was pale as she carefully searched another pile of powder. But even after searching through all 6 piles of powder, she still couldn't find a single soul-controlling insect. No need to search. The one who killed your monster beast was not that master from the 9-star sword school. Yang Kai looked at Zemo playfully. There are no traces of sword chi left behind here. What are you trying to say? Zemo looked uneasy, faintly guessing something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Or rather, she didn't want to confirm it. You know it in your heart. Do you still need me to say more? Yang Kai sneered. It can't be. Zemo shook her head, her voice low, her heart shaking. Suddenly, Zemo raised her head and looked in another direction. A few more of my monster beast have died. Yang Kai sneered, becoming more and more convinced of his guess. Tilting his head, he looked at Zemo. Do you want to go and take a look? Zemo hesitated for a long time before finally nodding her head. But this time, she no longer dared to disperse her monster beast to the periphery, instead summoning all of them back and hurrying to the second place. Half an hour later, Zemo once again stood up in disappointment. There were 4 piles of powder here, so there should have been 4 soul-controlling insects, but at this moment, just like before, those insects had disappeared. Was it your 2 fellow disciples? Lung Shan finally reacted and looked at Zemo in amazement. The soul-controlling insects were unique to Zemo and her fellow disciples. If it was really Wu Chengyi who had killed the monster beast, it was impossible for him to take away the soul-controlling insects. He simply didn't have such great skill. Being able to kill 2 batches of Zemo's monster beast in such a short time, the one who did it was either very strong or had a large number of people. Combined with the clues of the disappearance of the soul-controlling insects, the identity of the one who had done it was obvious. As a fellow Sen Luo temple cultivator, Zemo's two fellow disciples definitely knew how to take away her soul-controlling insects and had the strength to kill so many monster beasts in an instant. Their subordinates controlled many of the great Han cultivators. However, Zemo couldn't believe this fact, nor did she want to believe it. They were all fellow disciples, how could they do such a thing to her? Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, Zemo spread out her perception in an attempt to find the whereabouts of her soul-controlling insects, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find them. A moment later, Zemo opened her eyes, a cold light flashing across them as she coldly glanced around, sneering. "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai frowned, not allowing her to explain, grabbing Zemo's arm and dragging her out. 2 hours later, the three of them were already 100 kilometers away. Of the several dozen monster beasts, 10 had died, 2 of which were fifth-order monster beasts, causing Zemo's strength to greatly decrease. After stopping to rest, Zemo sat down, her expression constantly changing, sometimes cold, sometimes confused. Sometimes painful, sometimes cruel. Lung Shan and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both of them somewhat speechless, knowing that she was struggling internally at the moment. Yang Kai winked at Lung Shan, hinting for her to comfort her, but Lung Shan turned a blind eye and looked away. Yang Kai was speechless and could only remain silent. After a while, Zemo let out a painful groan. Breathing heavily, she looked at Yang Kai with some pity. "Why did they do this?" "You should ask them that," Yang Kai said lightly. "We're all fellow disciples, although there is competition between us. But why would they do this to me?" Zemo couldn't figure it out. "What's wrong with being fellow disciples?" Yang Kai disagreed. "Fellow disciples are the most terrible. Will your fellow disciples kill each other?" Yang Kai and Lung Shan nodded. Zemo was surprised and frowned. Sighing, she said, "Maybe we all come from a small branch of Sen Luo Temple and don't have many fellow disciples, so when we were in Tianlang Dynasty, we all looked out for each other, so even if there was competition, we didn't go too far. This is not Tianlang Dynasty, nor is it your Sen Luo Temple." Yang Kai said calmly. "It's because of this that we need to support each other." Zemo still couldn't accept it. "I thought you were a ruthless woman, but I didn't expect you to be so naive." Yang Kai sneered. Zemo's ruthlessness was probably only directed at the cultivator. Facing her fellow disciples, she still had some scruples and couldn't let loose. Zemo smiled bitterly, but just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly became painful and she fell to the ground, clutching her head with both hands. She howled miserably. Yang Kai and Lung Shan's expressions changed and they hurried forward. Zemo seemed to be suffering a great deal of torture, her hands tightly gripping her hair, her body curled up like a shrimp, her whole body tense. Sweat poured out like water. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai had tortured her before. This was the result of her soul being injured. Yang Kai and Lung Shan glanced at each other. Both of them saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Zemo's pain lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and her body was weak, but her eyes had become cold and piercing. "It's them. They are warning me, summoning me. Let me go." Zemo grit her teeth, her face filled with murderous intent. Finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and solemnly looked at him. "Help me kill them." Yang Kai grinned. "I've been thinking about this for a long time." A few days ago, when Yang Kai proposed it, Zemo had refused. She hadn't expected things to develop so dramatically. Zemo still had some principles and didn't want to harm her fellow disciples, but her two fellow disciples obviously weren't so kind. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "That way." Zemo pointed in a direction. "It's about an hour away." "An hour? Let's think about it carefully." Yang Kai frowned, then put Zemo on his back and carried her on his back. Leaning against Yang Kai's back, Zemo felt a little strange. The two of them could only be considered enemies, but now they were in the same boat, working together to deal with her two fellow disciples. The change in roles between friend and foe made her feel like she was falling through the clouds. Along the way, Zemo briefly explained the situation between her two fellow disciples. The two of them came from the same family and were cousins, both of whom had reached the Yuan Qi boundary fourth order. One was called Yarrow He, The other was called Yaroshi. Each of them controlled around 50 monster beast, adding up to a total of over 100 monster beast. In terms of the number of monster beasts they controlled, they were more than twice the number of monster beasts Zemo controlled. Currently, Zemo only had 30 to 40 monster beasts under her control. It was absolutely impossible to fight them head-on, but as long as she could find a way to kill one of them, the monster beast controlled by the one she killed would be destroyed. At that time, chaos would definitely ensue, and only in that chaos would there be hope for victory. Because of her anger, Zemo told him all the information about her two fellow disciples. Yang Kai listened quietly, silently memorizing it all in his mind, constantly deducing how to win. Chapter 246. Hearing this, Yang Kai said with some worry, "Is your brother Kai Shui with them? If Kai Shui is with them, then we'll be in big trouble." Kai Shui was Yuan Chi's 7th stage master, and he had also enslaved a 6th-order monster beast, making him very difficult to deal with. Zemo sighed, "I hope he isn't." An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. Zemo also slid down from Yang Kai's back, glancing towards him gratefully as she tidied up her clothes and messy hair, her pretty face turning cold as she walked over to their destination. In the distance, Yang Kai saw a large number of monster beast and a dozen or so figures gathered together. As Zemo approached, two people stood up, Yarohi and Yaroshi from Sen Luo Temple. This man and woman were smiling towards them, without the slightest trace of guilt on their faces. With a single order, the hundreds of monster beast scattered and surrounded Zemo's monster beast army. Senior sister has finally arrived. Yarrow, his expression was frivolous, not putting Zemo in his eyes at all as he chuckled and greeted her. Yarrow, she also giggled and looked at Zemo disdainfully. "Didn't you ask me to come here?" Zemo looked at them coldly, standing about 10 feet away from them. The three disciples from Sen Luo Temple stood facing each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yang Kai stood behind Zemo and swept his eyes around, seeing many familiar faces. A few dozen meters away, the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace sat cross-legged on the ground, looking defeated. Yi Ching Sai and Ju Ba of Azura sect, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiao Yu of Reflecting Moon sect were also gathered together. In addition, the disciples of Gemini Island, Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and many other sects were also present. After seeing Yang Kai, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiao Yu both smiled wryly at him, both of them feeling the same kind of sadness that came from falling into the same predicament. Yang Kai nodded slightly, greeting them. There were still 16 or 17 people left in their group, but their numbers should have been more than that. It was likely that many of them had died recently. "You two, scram to the side." Yarohi glanced at Yang Kai and Lung Shan and ordered. Zemo nodded slightly. Yang Kai and Lung Shan then walked over to Chen Shueshu and the others. When the two sides met, one of the girls from 10,000 Flower Palace looked at Yang Kai and sighed, "You also couldn't escape." Yang Kai smiled, "Young lady, may I ask you for your name?" The last time they had met, when Wu Chengyi had tried to embarrass him, this young woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace had helped him out, so Yang Kai had a good impression of her. The four sisters, Chunlan and Chiu. Their appearances were outstanding, and they each had their own merits. They sat together. It was also a beautiful scenery. The other girl, who looked more playful, immediately pouted. "You're already a prisoner. How can you still be in the mood to inquire about a girl's name?" Yang Kai raised his brow at her and said, "Haven't you heard of a man's true colors? I haven't asked you for your name yet." The girl pursed her lips and said, "Yi Han." Yi Ching Sai pursed her lips and smiled, "You have the same surname as me. If I can return alive, I must marry little sister Han." Han Xiaoqi smiled and introduced her other two junior sisters. One of them was called Hua Ruo Yin while the other was called Liu Qing Yu. They were all people who had fallen from grace, but with Yang Kai as a new face, the others also introduced themselves. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qian Hen, Pure Heart Palaces were Fang and Li Xin Yuan, Soaring Feather Pavilion's Chu Jing Shan, with the elite disciples of each sect gathered together, the scene was joyous and harmonious. The worries of the past few days had been washed away by this atmosphere. Death is near, yet you still have the mood to exchange pleasantries. It's not too late to talk about this if you can survive. A voice suddenly interrupted everyone's laughter. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a man looking at him with a contemptuous smile. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai didn't care. Yi Ching Sai sneered and said, "By Xiao Ming. Since we were captured, you've been pouring cold water on us every other day. What do you mean by that?" Bai Xiaoming sneered, "Nothing. It's just a piece of trash. Is it worth it for you to be so happy? Don't tell me you still expect him to save us." Chen Xueshu frowned and said, "If you think you have no hope of surviving, just end it yourself. Why bother with other people's interests? Don't slander Brother Yang. Brother Yang's cultivation is just a bit low." Bai Xiaoming didn't say anything. The other person next to him chuckled, "A low cultivation is a piece of trash. Father really doesn't know how a piece of trash like him managed to survive until now. He should have died long ago. Why bother dragging out his last breath?" This person should be from the same sect as Bai Xiaoming. The two of them were brother, so naturally they would stand on the same side. Han Xiaoqi coldly said, "You talk too much." Yi Han, Hua Ruo Yin, and Liu Qing'ayu also glared at him angrily. Although Bai Xiaoming and the people around him looked down on Yang Kai, they didn't want to provoke public anger, so they just coldly snorted and no longer said anything. Because of the disturbance caused by these two, the original atmosphere was suddenly ruined, and everyone's hearts became heavy. Yi Han puffed up her cheeks and comforted, "Yang Kai, right? Don't mind them. These two are always so pessimistic and can't bear to see others in a good mood." Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't care, just treat them like dogs barking." To the side, Han Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment before smiling. "What did you say?" Bai Xiaoming and the person next to him opened their eyes at the same time and stared at Yang Kai with murderous intent. "If you're not deaf, you should be able to hear me clearly." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "You court death." Bai Xiaoming angrily shouted as he stood up. "You all want to die, don't you?" Yarrow he angrily shouted, "If you want to die, I'll help you right now." Bai Xiaoming glanced at Yarrow he with a look of dread before unwillingly sitting down and angrily glaring at Yang Kai. "You just wait, sooner or later I'll make you pay." "Good, I'll be waiting." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The atmosphere in the Great Han Cultivator was quite tense, but the atmosphere between the Tianlang trio was also quite delicate. Since Zemo returned, Yarrow he and Yarrow she only looked at her with a smile, not saying a word. After a long time, Zemo let out a sigh of relief and coldly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yarrow he chuckled, "Why? Can't senior sister Z understand? Just because in the sect, Master takes care of me more." Zemo smiled contemptuously. Yarrow he and Yarrow she's expressions both changed slightly, their expressions becoming cold. Zemo continued, "You entered the sect earlier than I did, but your strength didn't grow as fast as mine, so in the end, you were all unwilling. You could only call me senior sister. Is this your reason and excuse? Do you really think your aptitude is outstanding?" Yarrow she sneered, "If Master hadn't given you more resources, how could you have caught up? In terms of aptitude alone, which part of us can't compare to you? You've never been better than me." Zemo refused to back down, tit for tat. Yarrow his face showed a look of disdain, "Is that so? Then dare I ask senior sister, did you ever expect this situation? I really didn't expect you to be so vicious, even daring to act against me." Zemo's face was filled with hatred. Yarrow he sneered, "Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. After all, you are senior sister. We called you here. We didn't mean anything else, we just couldn't leave this damned place for the time being, and there were no enemies here. So we thought, senior sister, you don't have any use for those monster beast, right?" Zemo's pretty face became cold. "You want my monster beast?" "Yes." Yarrow he nodded, "She and I are just a little bit away from breaking through. However, we are somewhat reluctant to slaughter our own monster beast, so we can only hope that senior sister can contribute a bit." Zemo was filled with grief. "Just because of this, you didn't hesitate to destroy a wisp of my soul?" Yarrow she smiled, "Who told senior sister to hide? If you hadn't hidden, we wouldn't have done this. Now, there isn't much fun in staying here. We originally wanted to have a hunting competition with Senior Sister's monster beast, but we didn't expect that the heavens wouldn't let us. You forced us to do this. Good. Zemo's expression was bitter, but her eyes still showed a trace of determination. You want my monster beast? I'll give them all to you. Yarohi laughed. I knew Senior Sister was easy to talk to, so I asked Senior Sister to order them not to resist, otherwise, if they really start fighting, I'm afraid it won't end well. Zemo closed her eyes, her chest heaving up and down. Although after arriving here, she had already taken back the soul-controlling insect and Yaroshi's soul threads, so she no longer had to worry about Yarohi and Yaroshi destroying them. However, the other party still had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention the numerous monster beasts in their hands, the dozen or so cultivators who were controlled by them were also quite a powerful fighting force. If they really fought, Zemo had no chance of winning. Even if she didn't have much hope of breaking through, so even if she was unwilling, she had no choice. Zemo could only compromise for the time being. Staring at Zemo's towering peaks, Yarohi's eyes flashed a trace of lust, involuntarily licking his lips. Good. Zemo opened her eyes and said expressionlessly. Yarohi and Yaroshi glanced at each other and issued orders in their hearts. In an instant, the miserable howls of countless demonic beasts rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the demonic beasts that didn't resist fell to the ground one after another. Their necks were bitten off by their own kind, and they died on the spot. The large man's group of cultivators' faces were filled with horror as they watched this scene unfold. In less than a dozen breaths of time, 30 to 40 monster beasts had been killed. Ha 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 ha. Yarohi laughed loudly. With 30 to 40 blood beads, either he or Yaroshi could break through their current realm and break through to the Yuan-Chi 5th stage. As for the rest, as long as they interrogated the large man's group of cultivators' secrets, they would be able to slaughter them all. At that time, they would be able to obtain a large number of blood beads. What particularly tempted Yarohi were the several beautiful women in the large man's group. Each of them was extraordinarily beautiful and had enchanting figures. These days, he had tried every means possible to get close to them, but Yaroshi had been watching him too closely, never leaving his side, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity. Although the two of them were cousins, their relationship was far more than that. He had to find a way to distract his cousins so he could do whatever he wanted. Yarohi glanced over at Han Xiaoqi and the others and couldn't help but gulp. Ian, I'll let her use these blood beads for the time being. Once she refines and absorbs them, breaking through to the Yuan-Chi 5th stage will take some time. That time is enough for me to act presumptuously. The more Yarohi thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to immediately embrace the large man's group of beauties and play with them as he pleased, tasting the taste of their flesh. Chapter 247. Thinking up to here, Yarohi turned to Yaroshi and said, you use the blood beads first. Yaroshi's face was filled with emotion and tenderness as she nodded slightly. She then raised her beautiful face towards the cultivator and ordered, collect the blood beads for me. The 17 to 18 people all looked at each other, but no one was willing to get up. During this time, they had suffered a lot of humiliation at the hands of Yarohi and Yaroshi. They couldn't wait to burn their bones and scatter their ashes, so how could they be willing to help them? But since it was someone else's order, they couldn't keep dragging it out. If they angered them, it would only lead to more torture and disaster. 10,000 Flower Palaces Yi Han stood up angrily, her small canine teeth glinting as she said, I'll go. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to pull her aside. I'll go, you rest. Bai Xiaoming was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled. What's wrong? You've just been subdued and you want to show your loyalty? You want to rush to do this kind of work? That's right. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Yang Kai chuckled and stood up. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother sneered, their faces full of disdain, causing many people to show displeasure. Walking around the area where the monster beast had died, he collected 30 to 40 blood beads before striding over to the 3 Sen Luo temple disciples. Yaroshi looked at Yang Kai coldly, her expression somewhat vigilant. After all, Yang Kai was brought here by Zemo, so Yaroshi couldn't help but be on guard. Throw the blood beads over. When Yang Kai was about 10 meters away, Yaroshi coldly said, not letting him come any closer. Yang Kai nodded and used his strength to throw the more than 30 blood beads over one by one, which Yaroshi caught without missing a single one. Zemo watched indifferently, waiting for Yaroshi to finish collecting the blood beads before saying, now you've gotten what you wanted. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving first. Yarohi and Yaroshi looked at each other and chuckled. Senior sister, where do you want to go? Zemo's expression immediately changed. Where I go is none of your business. Yaroshi giggled. Senior sister's temper is still so bad. We are also thinking for you, senior sister. This exotic land is extremely dangerous. You don't have the monster beast to protect you now. If you run out and encounter an accident, how are we going to explain it to Master? Zemo stared at them in disbelief. You even want to control me? Yarohi said, Senior sister, what are you saying? We are a family, so we should take care of each other. Yaroshi also nodded. That's right. For the sake of senior sister's safety, junior sister thinks it's better for you to stay. Zemo's lips curled into a sneer. His face was filled with grief. On the way here, Yang Kai had already told her that Yarohi and Yaroshi were very likely to go all the way. He would take things to the extreme. Since they dared to touch your monster beast, they would dare to touch your people. That was what Yang Kai told her. Zemo still had a little bit of hope, but now it seems. What Kai Yang said was absolutely right. If they killed Zemo in this kind of place, as long as the aftermath was handled properly, there would be no clues left. As for the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator, they would all be silenced, so why should Yarohi and Yaroshi be afraid? First, they would eliminate her monster beast, then target her. All of this was exactly as Yang Kai had inferred. She didn't know whether to say he had foresight or that he had a clear understanding of people's schemes. Zemo was silent, her eyes gradually becoming cold. Yaroshi suddenly frowned. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she bluntly reprimanded, What are you standing here for? Why don't you get lost? Saying so, she looked at Zemo contemptuously. Senior sister, is this how you teach your subordinates? You have no manners at all. Zemo didn't answer, but Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and cautiously cupped his fists towards her. His eyes darted towards Zemo, his expression suddenly filled with resentment. You too, can you make this slut get that insect out of my body? I am willing to abandon the dark and pledge my loyalty to you too. Zemo heard this. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she grit her teeth and asked, What did you just call me? Slut. What's wrong? Yang Kai seemed to have found a backer. Straightening his back, he stood up straight. Ha ha. Zemo laughed angrily, daring to call me that, it seems you've forgotten who's in charge. These words were what Yang Kai had said to her, but now he was throwing them back at her. The lesson I taught you before wasn't enough. Zemo's murderous intent soared. Yang Kai immediately fell to the ground in pain, his hands clutching his stomach as he rolled around, shouting to Yarohi and Yaroshi, You two save me, I really want to pledge my loyalty to you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate to do so. This sudden turn of events naturally attracted the attention of the cultivator. Hearing Yang Kai's shameless words, those who had some friendship with him couldn't help showing a pained expression, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. Han Xiaoqi's brow wrinkled, obviously she hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so spineless. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. What did he say? He wants to pledge his loyalty to those two? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Just now he took that job to show his loyalty. I was wondering why he was so hardworking, it seems he really is. Saying so, he spat on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Shame, this was a complete shame. Although this group of big man cultivators were also being controlled, none of them had ever begged for mercy like Yang Kai. Kai Yang was still shouting at the top of his lungs, as if he didn't know how much face he had lost. You too, please save me. Seeing that I am willing to join you, please save me. Yarohi and Yaroshi obviously didn't expect to see such a good show. Zemo was the one they wanted to deal with, and Yang Kai was the cultivator Zemo had brought, but now, the two of them had turned against each other. Wonderful, wonderful. Not to save Yang Kai's life, but to attack Zemo's arrogance, Yarohi and Yaroshi also felt that they couldn't continue to watch. If they continued to watch, this spineless big man cultivator would become a waste. Senior sister, please stop. Yaroshi's face was filled with pride as she tried to hold back her laughter. Zemo raised her head, her eyes cold. What? Do you want to interfere when I teach my own subordinate a lesson? Yarohi quickly replied, if it was someone else, we naturally wouldn't interfere, but senior sister, you also heard him, he wants to be loyal to the two of us, so he is now one of us. Senior sister, you won't be so unreasonable, right? The two stared at each other, Zemo gasping for breath. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, good, since junior brother and junior sister want him, then as senior sister, I will naturally help. Yarohi smiled, as if he had won a great battle, his face filled with pride. Yang Kai, who was rolling on the ground, slowly stopped screaming and struggling. His clothes were soaked with sweat as he staggered to his feet and cupped his fists to Yarohi and Yaroshi, gratefully saying, many thanks to the two of you, I have suffered a lot under this cheap woman's hands these days. Yarohi looked at him meaningfully and nodded, good, senior sister's temper is not good, but you made the right choice. Following us, we won't let you suffer. Many thanks to the two of you, many thanks to the two of you. Yang Kai became more and more flattering. On the other side of the cultivator, Bai Xiaoming sneered, a grass that swings from side to side, doesn't he know that no matter who hands he falls into, in the end, only death awaits him? Yang Kai straightened his back again and looked at Zemo with a grin, his mouth not holding back, slut, get that bug out of my body, or else you'll suffer. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Using the tiger's skin as a banner, this was what it meant. Yarohi and Yaroshi became more and more proud. They no longer needed to confront Zemo directly, Yang Kai's betrayal was enough to make her lose face. Good, good. Zemo's heart was pained, and it seemed that she was really angry. Since you want it, then we'll do as you wish. But, do you think that falling into their hands will bring you any good? Sooner or later you'll die. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Yang Kai pointed his nose at the sky, arrogantly and domineeringly. Who asked a slut like you to meddle in other people's business? This father is happy, so bite me. Yarohi and Yaroshi glanced at each other, feeling that this big man cultivator was really an idiot, but if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been stupid enough to talk back to Zemo in front of her. The Yarrow family brother and sister were very proud of themselves, while the group of big man cultivator couldn't wait to kowtow. Although their friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep, at this moment, they also felt that they had lost face. Everyone here was a big man, but now this kind of thing had happened in front of Tian Lang's group, it was really shameful. Unfortunately, the person involved didn't have the slightest awareness of this. Lung Shan was the only one who inadvertently coughed and covered her mouth as a trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. She really admired Zemo's and her two brothers' acting skills. As for Yang Kai's previous planning, she admired him even more. The current situation was basically no different from what he had predicted. Lung Shan knew that as long as they passed this hurdle, the main event was about to begin, so she quietly walked over to Han Xiaoqi's side and whispered in her ear. When Han Xiaoqi heard this, her eyes flashed and she looked at Lung Shan in surprise. The latter nodded with a serious expression. I understand. Han Xiaoqi took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing on her face as she passed on what she had heard to her three junior sisters. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Yang Kai urged, as if he couldn't wait to convert to Yarohi and Yaroshi. Zemo stared at him deeply before stepping forward, stretching out her hand and placing it on Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai blinked a few times before turning to Yarohi. You too, she won't take this opportunity to kill me, right? Yarohi sneered. How could senior sister be such a person? That's good, that's good. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, he vomited out a soul-controlling insect with an ugly expression. Before Zemo could take it back, Yang Kai rushed up and stomped on it, cursing viciously and vulgarly, spittle flying everywhere. Yarohi and Yaroshi's eyebrows twitched as they listened while Zemo's face paled, her tender body trembling as she glared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. Enough. Yarohi couldn't stand Yang Kai's idiocy and hurriedly shouted, the soul-controlling insect has a unique physique, you won't be able to kill it. Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone felt dizzy. Should they say that he was self-aware or something? Chapter 248. Yarrow he lightly coughed and looked at young Kai. Since you're willing to pledge allegiance to us, you should know how we'll treat you, right? Young Kai nodded. I know, isn't it just a bug? Yarrow he smiled lightly. Good, although we're very pleased that you've decided to abandon the dark and join us, we don't know much about you. Planting these soul-controlling insects is just a precaution. If you perform well in the future, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Many thanks for Big Brother's support. Young Kai flattered. Give me your hand. Yarrow he glanced at Zemo proudly before ordering Young Kai. Young Kai stretched out his hand. Yarrow he took out one of his soul-controlling insects and was about to place it in Young Kai's hand when Yarrow she suddenly shouted, Wait, what's wrong? Yarrow he turned to look at her. Yarrow she's face was filled with vigilance as she looked at Young Kai, then at Zemo, suddenly sneering. Yarrow his expression changed slightly as he read the meaning in his cousin's eyes, and in an instant his forehead began to sweat. He had only cared about humiliating Zemo by subduing Young Kai, but he hadn't thought about whether this was a trap or not. If this was a trap, then, fortunately, his cousin was smart. Thinking so, Yarrow he hurriedly took back the insect and stared at Young Kai vigilantly. Circulate your secret art and let me see your Yuan Qi attribute. The nemesis of soul-controlling insects was heat. Any cultivator who cultivated a yang or fire attribute secret art would not be able to control it. Once the insect was burned, their soul would also be damaged. Therefore, among the group of cultivators on the Great Han Dynasty's side, one of them from the Raging Fire Temple had been killed without exception. As soon as Yarrow his voice fell, Zemo sneered contemptuously. The people on the Great Han Dynasty's side couldn't help feeling nervous, especially Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Yang Kai had only fought in front of the two of them, so this pair of lovers naturally knew about Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute. They hadn't thought of this until Lung Shan quietly reminded them. Only then did they realize. But now, the other party actually wanted to check the attributes of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. He couldn't help but feel anxious, afraid that Yang Kai would be exposed. Han Xiaoqi and Yi Han glanced at each other, then quietly signaled to Hua Ruo Yin and Liu Qing Yu. The four girls of the 10,000 Flower Palace were all secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, ready to attack at any time. The same was true for Yi Qing Sai and Zhu Ba. Yarrow she stared straight at Yang Kai and coldly reprimanded, I told you to circulate your secret art, did you hear me? The hundreds of monster beasts around them were getting restless. Yang Kai quickly nodded, and then forced out the energy from his unyielding golden skeleton. A faintly discernible black gas spread out, wrapping around Yang Kai. This black gas was mixed with the smell of violence, blood, and slaughter, making Yang Kai look somewhat evil. Sensing the attribute of this energy, Yarrow he and Yarrow she's expressions gradually relaxed. As long as it wasn't the heat-attributed Yuan Qi, the soul-controlling insect had nothing to fear. You're cultivating an evil secret art? Yarrow he looked at Yang Kai curiously. Your strength is too low, you haven't even reached the Yuan Qi boundary, how did you survive? Yarrow he couldn't understand. Yang Kai was embarrassed. More than half a year ago, I accidentally fell into a valley and spent a lot of effort to climb up, but as soon as I appeared, I was caught by that slut surnamed Z. Yarrow he chuckled, you're really unlucky. But this also explained why he was still alive. If a separation and reunion boundary cultivator fell into a valley, they would have to slowly climb up. Give me your hand. Yarrow his expression relaxed, and Yarrow she no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. What kind of waves could a little cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art cause? Yarrow he directly threw a soul-controlling insect into Yang Kai's hand, and the insect instantly drilled into Yang Kai's body, rushing along his meridians towards Dantian. Get lost. If I need you, I'll call you. Now we need to talk to senior sister. Yarrow he waved his hand at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai grinned at him. This smile was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yarrow his heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, Zemo suddenly took action. Stepping forward, She rushed towards Yarrow He. Slut, or. Yarrow He had just shouted 2 words when he let out a miserable scream, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, his 2 hands clutching his head as his face distorted, as if he had just been subjected to the most vicious torture in the world. With his soul injured, no one would be able to endure the pain of that moment. Zemo brushed past Yarrow He's body, ignoring him as she directly attacked Yarrow She with her palm. The unforeseen event happened so quickly that Yarrow She didn't even have time to react before Zemo's palm struck her chest, deforming it and sending her flying through the air, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Before she had even landed, she saw the large cultivator who had always bowed to her and fawned over her suddenly chop down on Yarrow He's neck. Accompanied by a loud crack, Yarrow He's screams came to an abrupt end as his head drooped down. No! Yarrow She cried out in alarm, quickly issuing orders in her heart, and the dozens of monster beasts she controlled immediately rushed towards her. Young Kai's expression was cold. After taking Yarrow He's life, he activated his movement skill and rushed behind Yarrow She, clenching his fists and punching forward. Yarrow She had just landed when she was struck by a burning sun's 3-layer blast. With a loud bang, the true Yang Yuan Qi poured into her body, directly causing her minor injuries to become serious, and she was sent flying back towards Zemo. Zemo's palms crisscrossed as she pushed her true Qi, striking Yarrow She 3 or 4 times in a ruthless manner. Only at this moment did Yarrow She have the opportunity to counterattack, hurriedly blocking Zemo's deadly attack and landing on the ground. Gasping for breath, she screamed, "Kill them for me." Naturally, she was calling out to the large cultivator she had planted with her soul-controlling insect. Of the 17 to 18 people, she and Yarrow He each controlled half. In other words, she could control the life and death of 9 people. However, none of the large cultivator responded to her. "You asked for this." Yarrow She's face was pale as she glared at young Kai and Zemo, screaming viciously. On the large man's side, 2 people suddenly collapsed, clutching their stomachs in pain as they rolled around on the ground. Young Kai and Zemo glanced at each other and sped up. Yarrow She was only a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. With this kind of strength, even young Kai could easily kill her, not to mention that she was seriously injured and had to face a Yuan Qi 6th stage opponent like Zemo. After a few moves, Yarrow She's arm was crippled by Zemo, while young Kai condensed a drop of young liquid into a sword and cut off Yarrow She's head. Until death, Yarrow She's eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. From young Kai's sudden attack to Yarrow She's death, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. This battle could be described as a flash of lightning. 2 of her fellow disciples had died, but Zemo was still expressionless. Young Kai roared to the sky, "The monster beast is about to riot. Defend with all your strength, don't hurt the enemy, just protect yourself." There were more than 100 monster beasts nearby, all of which were controlled by Yarrow He and Yarrow She, but now that the 2 of them were dead, these monster beasts had become ownerless. According to the information Zemo had given him before, once the monster beast was out of control, it would become violent and attack people, but as long as they felt pressure, they would still choose to retreat. With so many monster beasts, the large man's cultivator simply couldn't cope, not to mention that they already had 2 people on the ground who needed to be taken care of. Even if all of them were intact, they still wouldn't be a match. As soon as young Kai's voice fell, the more than 50 monster beasts under Yarrow He's control rushed towards the large man's group. This group of people were all elites of their respective sects, and with Lung Shan's reminder, they were able to react quickly, surrounding the 2 exhausted cultivators who were being tortured by the soul-controlling insects in the middle, while the others spread out and worked together to resist the numerous monster beasts that were pouncing towards them. The 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace formed a small spirit array and simultaneously released a visible Yuan Qi, the 4 Yuan Qi fusing together in mid-air. Han Xiao Qi lightly shouted, 4 symbols seal. The fused Yuan Qi transformed into a cage and fell from the sky, directly trapping 3 or 4 monster beasts inside. As the 4 girls' hand seals changed, a sea of petals floated up from the cage, each petal like a small sword, crisscrossing through the cage, containing infinite murderous intent. The monster beast tried to break free but was unable to break out of this cage, and after a short time, it was cut into pieces by the countless petals and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Shura sects Yi Ching Sai and Ju Ba were both shrouded in blood-red light and filled with murderous intent. Yi Qing-sai was a woman, so her fighting style was somewhat gentle and graceful, giving off a seductive and enchanting feeling. On the other hand, Ju Ba, who was like an iron tower, directly grabbed a fourth-order monster beast and tore it apart. Accompanied by a loud roar, this fourth-order monster beast was suddenly torn in half, blood flowing out like a fountain as its internal organs splattered all over the ground, drenching Ju Ba like a god of death, his expression ferocious. Ju Ba grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs as he brought the monster beast's corpse to his mouth and tore off a chunk of flesh, chewing it in his mouth, creating a bloody scene. Chen Shuishu and Su Xiao Yu worked together to kill the enemy, once again using the reflecting moon sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. Moonlight poured down and penetrated the monster beast's body. This was a large-scale offensive secret technique, and once it was used, it immediately reduced the pressure on everyone. Gemini Island, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace. The cultivator from each of the great sects desperately pushed their Yuan Qi, using their killing techniques. For a time, the roars of beasts rang out continuously, and colorful lights flashed, stabilizing the situation. Although they were unable to break through the encirclement, the monster beast would not be able to break through in the short term. The two of us are in big trouble. Yang Kai and Zemo both stood back to back, their expressions dignified. Before Yaroshi died, she had ordered the 50 or so monster beast under her control to attack, so now the two of them were surrounded and the situation was worrying. Let's go and join them. Zemo finished speaking, turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's waist, and flew up into the air. This. Yang Kai sniffled, feeling like he had lost face. I saved your life. Zemo snorted. We're even. Yang Kai chuckled, then shouted to the other side, give up your position. Lung Shan looked up and then moved to the side. As soon as the vacant position was cleared, Zemo and Yang Kai stepped in and joined the others. Chapter 249. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as 17 to 18 people formed a large circle, leaving the defense of their backs to the others. At this moment, the elites of nearly a dozen sects had united into a single entity. From time to time, a monster beast would fall, but the cultivators would continue to use their Yuan Qi to their heart's content. As the smell of blood spread, the monster beast's ferocity was aroused, and as if they had gone mad, they attacked without any regard for their lives. Originally, this group of people was more than enough to deal with more than 50 monster beast, but with the arrival of Yang Kai and Zemo, the other 50 monster beast were also attracted to them, increasing the pressure on everyone. Accompanied by a scream, a cultivator's chest was almost cut open by a fifth-order monster beast. Although he did not die, he was still severely injured. He was also quite clever and immediately retreated, shrinking into the circle of people around him. The people around him also quickly filled the gap he left behind. Can you control the monster beast? Yang Kai asked Zemo. I'm working on it, but it's very difficult to control. Zemo grit her teeth, releasing her soul-controlling insects as she continued to attack. However, the monster beast were all moving quickly, so the soul-controlling insects could not do anything. After about an incense stick worth of time, Zemo was only able to control 5 monster beast, and after these 5 monster beast were controlled, it did not take long for them to die under the attacks of the other monster beast. As time passed, with the consumption of Yuan Qi and the injuries of the cultivators, the situation gradually became dangerous. What do we do? Zemo was so anxious that she began to sweat. After such a long time, only 30 monster beast had died, and most of them were only 4th-order monster beast. The 5th-order monster beast that was still alive were the ones that could threaten everyone's lives. Yang Kai grit his teeth and held on. He was not worried about being broken through, so with his full strength, there was no monster beast that could get close. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, everyone, leave a bit of Yuan Qi. If you really can't do it, just fly away. But remember, don't leave early by yourself. Han Xiaoqi raised her voice and said, just shout. We will listen to your orders. Yi Han was a little worried. What about you? You're only at the separation and reunion boundary. Everyone could fly, except for Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would definitely be torn apart by the monster beast. I'll take him away, Zemo said coldly. Many people glanced at her in surprise as they took a break from their work. However, this was not a foolproof plan. Although the Yuan Qi cultivator could fly, its speed was not very fast. Moreover, it consumed too much Yuan Qi. If the monster beast chased after it, it would only be in greater danger. The white-hot battle was still going on. There were people who were constantly injured and retreated into the big circle. Everyone was also shrinking the line of defense bit by bit. At the same time, there were also countless casualties among the monster beast. After a while, like a dying flash, the monster beast's attacks suddenly became much stronger. For a time, everyone was flustered and exhausted. Yang Kai's expression was calm. While observing the situation, he was weighing the best time to retreat. While he was deep in thought, several monster beasts suddenly rushed in from the side. Zimo and Lung Shan stood side by side and worked together to block the monster beast. In the middle of the fierce battle, two fifth-order monster beasts leaped over the crowd of beasts and opened its mouth in midair. One on the left and one on the right, it pounced towards them, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. The two women's expressions changed greatly, and in an instant, they felt cold all over. They were now in a hurry to deal with the fifth-order monster beast. How could they spare any energy to deal with the fifth-order monster beast? Counting on others? Not to mention, everyone had to deal with the enemy in front of them, even Yang Kai. Once these two fifth-order monster beasts pounced on them, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. While they were panicking, Yang Kai didn't care about the monster beast in front of him, letting it pounce on him and bite him. His expression became incomparably dignified, his eyebrows serious, and the Yuan Qi fiercely gushed out from his palms. The white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, the two seals fused together. A faint light shot out. Beast slave seal. It hit the body of one of the fifth-order monster beast. Immediately, the fifth-order monster beast bared its fangs and rushed towards its companion. The two monster beasts instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and Zimo and Lung Shan's crisis was resolved. Looking at Yang Kai with lingering fear, the two women's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. No matter who it was, both of them had the idea of taking Yang Kai's life, but due to a freak combination of factors, they had been tricked by Yang Kai and ended up being controlled instead. These days, whether it was Zimo or Lung Shan, although they appeared obedient on the surface, in their hearts, there was never a moment where they didn't want to kill Yang Kai to remove the brand in their minds. This thought had never weakened, even at this moment. But it was undeniable that Yang Kai had disregarded his own safety to save their lives, which still touched Zimo and Lung Shan. Compared to their fellow disciples, this boy who had controlled them, tortured them many times, and didn't even know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex, seemed more reliable. Damn it! Yang Kai cursed. Just now, because of the slight delay, a piece of his flesh had been torn off by the monster beast in front of him. Although the injury wasn't serious, he was still bleeding profusely. With a roar, Yuan Qi went berserk and attacked fiercely, each attack taking the life of the enemy. Since the two fifth-order monster beast's sneak attack had failed, the monster beast on the battlefield seemed to have lost all motivation. After attacking for a while, some monster beast fled. In just half a cup of tea's time, all the monster beast had fled, those that hadn't been killed. Everyone stood on the spot, gasping for breath. Every one of them was dripping with blood and looked extremely exhausted. Looking at the ground covered in demon beast corpses, all of them felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that stirred up everyone's excitement and joy. Laughter rang out one after another, and even the women were smiling at this moment. Alive! He survived. Although it was difficult, although it was inconceivable, everyone had survived. They had thought that after being controlled by Yarrow He and Yarrow She, they would sooner or later be unable to escape death, but now, not a single one of them had died. And all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't killed Yarrow He in a surprise attack, then together with Zimo to kill Yarrow She, the only fate that awaited these people would have been certain death. I owe you my life. Zhuo Fang from the Pure Heart Palace turned to look at him and said sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We all owe you our lives. Han Xiaoqi smiled. After the battle, everyone was resting and recovering without a care for their image. After this battle, nearly 80% of the people were injured, and only a few were unscathed. These injuries were not fatal. As long as they were properly nursed back to health, they would be able to recover in at most half a month. Yang Kai was not stingy, taking out a bottle of healing pills from his universe bag and distributing them to the injured, causing them to feel even more grateful. After the joy of surviving a disaster passed, a cloud of worry once again enveloped everyone. This worry came from the two cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Before Yaroshi died, she had ordered the cultivator under her control to kill Yang Kai and Zimo, but no one had responded, so in a fit of anger, Yaroshi had decided to punish them in an attempt to coerce them. This punishment fell on the two cultivators' heads. One was Li Xin Yuan from the Pure Heart Palace, Zhuo Fang's brother, and the other was by Xiu Ming's junior brother, one of the people who had ridiculed Yang Kai before. Everyone gathered around them, frowning. "How is it?" Yang Kai squeezed through the crowd and asked. Zhuo Fang's expression was gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Brother's Dantian was drilled through by that insect. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hesitated, then his cultivation. Zhuo Fang slowly shook his head. With his Dantian broken, his Yuan Qi had been completely drained. Although his life was not in danger, from now on, he could only be reduced to an ordinary person and would never be able to cultivate again unless he could find a peerless medicine that could repair his Dantian. However, this kind of pill only existed in legends. Where could one find it? Li Xin Yuan was an elite of the Pure Heart Palace, so naturally his aptitude and strength were not too bad, but now because of a small insect, he could no longer cultivate. Li Xin Yuan's face was ashen at this moment, and his expression was dull, as if he had lost his soul. This kind of blow was not something anyone could bear. Compared to his silence, another person who had suffered the same fate seemed much more violent. This person was by Xiu Ming's junior brother, the one who had ridiculed Yang Kai time and time again. Perhaps it was karma, but when Yaroshi chose to punish him, she had included him in her list. This person tightly held onto by Xiu Ming, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, "Brother, I can still cultivate. My Dantian isn't broken, right?" Bai Xiuming's face was cold, his lips twitching a few times, but he did not know how to comfort him. The group of people was silent, their hearts filled with sorrow. Although they had not been very happy with this person before, and he had even been rude to Yang Kai, he was still a cultivator for the Great Han Dynasty. "Brother, tell me, am I a cripple?" The person roared, his face red with anger. Only then did Bai Xiuming nod his head with difficulty. "Impossible." The person's expression suddenly became fierce. "Impossible. How could a trivial insect damage my Dantian? My talent is outstanding. After entering the sect and cultivating for less than 10 years, I have already reached the Yuan Qi boundary 3rd order. I will become an immortal ascension boundary master. I will become one of the strongest masters in the world. As he roared, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned his eyes to Zimo standing nearby. "Right, she is a cultivator for Tianlang, she must know how to save it." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, even Li Xin Yuan involuntarily turned to Zimo, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Zimo's expression was indifferent as she slowly shook her head. "I have no way." Li Xin Yuan's eyes dimmed again. Bai Xiuming's junior brother roared, "Bitch, you are one of Tianlang's people. Those insects were brought here by you. How could you not know? You must know, but you're not willing to save them." Zimo's pretty face became cold as she glared at him murderously. Yang Kai's expression also instantly became cold. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Chen Shueshu opened his mouth and said, "Don't say that. Although those insects were brought here by them, the one who attacked you was not this girl. What's more, you were damaged by the Dantian. Who can save you?" The man sneered, "What's wrong? She was the one who attacked us before, but now you're speaking up for her? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. That bitch is from Tianlang. I am the cultivator for the Great Han Dynasty." Chapter 250. This man had obviously become muddle-headed because of his bad luck, so when everyone heard him speak, they couldn't help frowning. "Watch your mouth." Su Xiaoyu took a step forward and scolded. Originally, She was quite sympathetic to this young man's experience, but now seeing him act so indiscriminately, even cursing her senior brother, any trace of sympathy she had for him instantly disappeared. Chen Shuaishu pulled her back and slowly shook his head. Chen Shuaishu had a good temper and knew that this man had suffered a great blow, so he didn't want to argue with him. But now, this man actually wanted a yard after taking an inch, glaring at Zimo and cursing, "Slut, if you can't find a way to make up for my dantian, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Zimo wasn't a woman with a good temper. These past few days, she had been under the control of others and had no control over her own life and death. Not only had she been deceived by Yang Kai, but she had also been plotted against by her fellow sect brothers. She had been suppressing a belly full of anger, so now hearing this man threaten her like this, she couldn't help but become enraged and sneered. "You? Don't say I don't know how to save you, even if I did, I wouldn't save you." These words were just spoken out of anger, but when the man heard them, he suddenly became overjoyed and grabbed by Xiaoming's arm, excitedly saying, "Brother, did you hear that? She really has a way. Quickly, grab her and let her save me. I don't want to become a cripple." Bai Xiaoming's expression became gloomy, but after a moment, he slowly nodded and comforted, "Good, if she doesn't save you, I'll waste her cultivation and make her your maid, serving you for the rest of her life." Saying so, he slowly got up, turned around, and stared at Zimo with a gloomy expression. Zimo's pretty face flashed a murderous intent as she stared back at him indifferently. "What are you doing?" Chen Shuaishu stood up and tried to smooth things over. "Bai Xiaoming, you should know that what this girl said just now was only out of anger. She also saved our lives. If it weren't for her and Brother Yang joining forces to put on a good show, we would still be under the control of Yarohi and Yaroshi. It's fine if you don't know how to repay her kindness, but do you really want to attack her? Save our lives?" Bai Xiaoming sneered. "If it wasn't for her and those two heavenly wolf bastards attacking us, how could we have become their prisoners? She saved us." That was only her way of protecting herself. She had only saved herself. "Chen Shuaishu, I know you have a good temper, but don't get involved in this matter." Chen Shuaishu frowned. Although he didn't like Bai Xiaoming, he had to admit that Bai Xiaoming was right. It was indeed the truth. Zimo had previously led the monster beast to attack everyone here. Since they were controlled by Yarohi and Yaroshi, Zimo was also responsible for this. Just now, when she joined forces with Yang Kai to kill Yarohi and Yaroshi, Zimo did so out of self-preservation. He didn't want to save anyone. It was precisely because he knew that Bai Xiaoming was telling the truth that Chen Shuaishu felt somewhat troubled. On the one hand, he didn't like Zimo. On the other hand, he knew that Zimo and Yang Kai had come here together, so there was definitely some kind of friendship between the two of them. Whether it was the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace or Yi Ching Sai and Ju Bie's senior sister, all of them chose to remain silent, choosing not to help either side and instead observing the development of the situation. Because none of them knew what the relationship between Yang Kai and Zimo was. Seeing countless pairs of eyes staring at him, Zimo smiled coldly. Staring at Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai sneered, "You want to waste her cultivation and make her your junior brother's maid?" Since someone had set their sights on Zimo, he naturally couldn't just stand idly by. In any case, Zimo was currently under his control. If she can't restore my junior brother to his original state, this will be her fate. Bai Xiaoming's expression was gloomy. "Your junior brother doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "She's already my maid." Zimo's chest heaved up and down, however, she couldn't refute. Saying that she was Yang Kai's maid was already giving her too much face. Her life and death was in Yang Kai's hands, what could she say? Although she was grinding her teeth, Zimo felt that this man was too hateful to hate. Because this man was now standing up for her. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Because when they saw that Zimo didn't refute, all of them stared at Zimo and then at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with disbelief. These people had fallen into the hands of Yarohi and Yaroshi, living a life of humiliation and torture, but the relationship between Yang Kai and Zimo was reversed. What kind of situation was this? How did he do it? On Lung Shan's face, an unnatural expression flashed. Strictly speaking, Her status was the same as Zimo's. Only I can decide the life and death of my maid, you don't have the qualifications to do so. Yang Kai had long been unhappy with Bai Xiuming, so at this moment he decided to vent it all out. Ha ha! Bai Xiuming sneered, looking at Yang Kai contemptuously. It seems that you've become so infatuated with this Tianlang dragon lady that you don't even know which side you should stand on. For you to speak up for her like this, could it be that you've become a subject under her skirt? That's right, this woman is obviously a fox spirit, a promiscuous whore. There's nothing to lose by letting you play with her a few times. All the women's brows furrowed. Bai Xiuming's words were too blunt and unpleasant to listen to, none of them could accept it. Zimo's beautiful face paled in anger, her tender body trembling slightly. Although she really did look like a slut, and her words and actions gave others the wrong impression, only those who knew her well would know that she was still a real girl. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. Zimo clenched her teeth, glaring at Bai Xiuming with hatred, her expression cold. After being humiliated to this extent, there was no room for reconciliation. You can't do it. Yang Kai glared at her coldly. After all, she was a member of Tianlang dynasty. Even if her strength was higher than Bai Xiuming's, she could still defeat him. But once she started a fight with Bai Xiuming, it would be impossible for the Great Han dynasty to just sit back and watch. I don't care. I want him to die. Zimo went crazy, the Yuan Qi in her body raging uneasily. Get out of my way. Yang Kai angrily shouted. Zimo's expression froze, her anger subsiding a lot. She was intelligent and naturally understood what Yang Kai was worried about. Lung Shan, observing the situation, quickly rushed forward and pulled Zimo away. Both of them had experienced the pain of having their souls tortured, so they were well aware of Yang Kai's temperament. If they really disobeyed him, they would likely suffer another round of torture. Bai Xiuming stared coldly at Zimo, his face filled with restlessness. Brother, you can't let her go, Bai Xiuming's junior brother shouted from the side. Bai Xiuming's eyes flashed a trace of determination, nodding slightly, and was about to rush towards Zimo when Yang Kai blocked his path. I'll play with you. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Xiuming frowned. His expression filled with disgust. For a Tianlang dynasty slut, are you really willing to go against me? I already said, she is my maidservant, her life and death is up to me. You are not my opponent, I don't want to kill you. Bai Xiuming's face was full of impatience. How do you know if you haven't fought? Yang Kai stood firm as a rock. Bai Xiuming stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding disdainfully. Good, since you want to die. You can't blame me. I'll kill you first, then I'll go find that dragon lady. Saying so, Bai Xiuming fiercely pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Yuan Qi was activated, and the wind from his palm whistled through the air. Cries of alarm rang out. No one had expected Bai Xiuming to suddenly attack. He was a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. If this kind of killing move continued, how could Yang Kai still be alive? Did he not care that Yang Kai had just saved his life? This person had clearly been blinded by anger, without the slightest bit of morality. Please show mercy, Han Xiaoqi exclaimed. Yi Qing Sai, wrapped in a bloody aura, rushed over. Zimo and Lung Shan both couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his palm and met Bai Xiuming's attack head-on. Yuan Qi collided, and world energy surged. Asterisk thump 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 thump. Asterisk Bai Xiuming involuntarily retreated a dozen steps before regaining his footing, while Yang Kai remained motionless. Yi Qing Sai, who was rushing over, came to a halt. The bloody aura around her body was faintly discernible, making her extremely surprised. Zimo and Lung Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. The towering Zhu Ba narrowed his eyes, his chiseled face twitching a few times. Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's jaws dropped in shock. The brother and sister both felt like they were out of breath. Everyone's reaction was different, but they were all shocked that Yang Kai was able to repel Bai Xiuming with a single palm. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, Yuan Qi 4th stage, there was a difference of 5 minor realms. However, there was a great dividing line between them. Before the Yuan Qi boundary, The yuan qi in a cultivator's body was only yuan qi, but after the yuan qi boundary, the cultivator's body would be yuan qi. The two were simply not on the same level. There had never been a separation and reunion boundary cultivator who could repel an yuan qi boundary master in this realm, except for those extremely rare heavenly sons. But now, this shocking scene was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Bai Xiaoming also stared at Yang Kai in horror, his left hand covering his right hand, desperately urging his yuan qi to dissolve the true yang yuan qi that had invaded his body. His right palm was red, as if it was on fire, and this red color was spreading to his arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your yuan qi. Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled. How can it be so pure? Yang Kai sneered, activating his movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Xiaoming, his giant palm covering the sky. Bai Xiaoming exclaimed and hurriedly raised his palms to counter. Plucking cloud palm. The palm wind could push away clouds, an Earth-grade high-rank martial skill with extraordinary power. Yang Kai's palm met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on, and with a resounding bang, Bai Xiaoming's body suddenly shrank. Yang Kai was also slightly shaken, but after stabilizing his pace, he gathered his qi in his dantian and punched out. Bai Xiaoming was simply unable to defend against such a ferocious attack that came one after another without rest. This fist directly landed on his chest. Burning Sun's three-layer explosion. More than a month ago, during the battle between Yang Kai and Qi Jianxing, Burning Sun's three-layer explosion was perfectly countered by Qi Jianxing, who was at the third level of yuan qi. But at this moment, Bai Xiaoming, who was at the fourth level of yuan qi, did not have this ability. Firstly, Yang Kai's yuan qi was much purer than a month ago, all thanks to the brilliant flame liquid. Secondly, Qi Jianxing's 9-star sword sect was a first-class sect, while Bai Xiaoming's sect was only a second-class sect. Their foundations were very different. Because of this, Burning Sun's three-layer explosion exploded in Bai Xiaoming's body. Bai Xiaoming screamed, his face pale, and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 251. Since he had decided to fight with Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of letting him off easily. He had just saved this person's life, but instead of repaying his kindness, he had even tried to kill him. This kind of person was definitely a scourge. Coupled with the fact that he had repeatedly ridiculed Yang Kai, this only served to increase Yang Kai's desire to kill him. Yang Kai was not a kind person, others had already tried to bully him, so how could he endure? Suddenly suffering a big loss at Yang Kai's hands, Bai Xiaoming no longer dared to act arrogantly, his eyes filled with fear and resentment as he glared at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to use his full strength, he saw Yang Kai raise his palms and release a fierce burst of yuan qi. Beast Soul Skill. Two roars rang out as the giant tiger and divine ox, burning like fire, rushed out and joined forces with Yang Kai to attack Bai Xiaoming in a triangular formation. Shocked, Bai Xiaoming's heart was filled with panic as he struggled to cope with this attack, unable to fight back. The two beast souls and Yang Kai's figures crisscrossed, and in less than 3 breaths of time, a hole appeared in Bai Xiaoming's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Bai Xiaoming fell on his back. His eyes were wide open. His face was filled with disbelief and grievance. Yang Kai looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him in shock. The battle had started quickly and ended quickly, but the result was something no one had expected. A separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator had actually taken the life of a yuan qi 4th stage cultivator in the blink of an eye, seemingly effortless. In particular, Zimo and Lung Shan were even more shocked. Although the two of them had been together with Yang Kai for some time now, they had never seen him really fight. Even when they were dealing with the monster beast a moment ago, Yang Kai had only shown that he was slightly stronger than an ordinary separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Therefore, the two women had always thought that Yang Kai was only relying on some kind of special secret technique to control their souls. Even though he was wary of the other party, he didn't think much of the other party's strength. Thinking that Yang Kai was just a small separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, they didn't take him seriously. Many times, when Zimo and Lung Shan talked about this matter, Their hearts were filled with hatred. Part of the reason why Yang Kai was so presumptuous these days was because of this mentality. But now, Zimo and Lung Shan discovered that Yang Kai, whom they had always looked down upon, was actually quite amazing. No matter what, Bai Xiuming was a level 4 Yuan Qi cultivator. Lung Shan really wanted to fight him. It was not certain who would win or lose. Even if it was Zimo, it would take some effort to take him down. After such a comparison, Zimo and Lung Shan were both shocked and speechless for a long time. Everyone else felt the same way. After killing Bai Xiuming, Yang Kai turned to look at his junior brother. This person had been chattering non-stop, clamoring for his brother to cripple Zimo's cultivation, and when Bai Xiuming and Yang Kai were fighting, he had even pointed his gun at Yang Kai, his mouth constantly spewing out obscenities. Now, he had shut his mouth. As if he had lost his parents. Looking at Yang Kai in horror, his face instantly became pale as he saw the murderous intent and disgust in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai dared to kill Bai Xiuming in front of so many people. How could he let him go? The two beast phantoms bared their fangs at him and immediately rushed towards him. No, no! The man struggled to get up and fled in panic. But he was now nothing more than a crippled Dantian cultivator, without a trace of Yuan Qi. How could he escape from the two beast phantoms? The giant tiger and divine ox rushed forward. A series of gnawing sounds rang out. Screams and pleas for mercy rang out. The faces of the dozen or so cultivators trembled. Some of the more soft-hearted cultivators opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. After a moment, the screams stopped and Bai Xiuming's junior brother was also attacked by the beast phantoms, his body a bloody mess. Glancing around, Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply walked to the side. Zimo and Lung Shan also silently walked over to his side, staring at him with a complex expression. Only now did the two women truly feel a sense of awe towards Yang Kai. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had controlled their souls, his terrifying combat prowess alone was enough for them to take him seriously. In a real life or death battle, Lung Shan definitely wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Zimo might be able to fight for a while, but Zimo didn't know if she could win. She didn't have much confidence. Recalling Yang Kai's sudden burst of strength, Zimo thought to herself, how did this man cultivate? Why does a separation and reunion 8th stage cultivator have the ability to fight across a great realm? Of the people who came here, which one of them wasn't an elite from their respective sect? Which one of them didn't have the ability to fight across a realm? But in front of Yang Kai, none of this was worth mentioning. He was the elite of this group of elites. It was almost foreseeable that if he didn't die, once he truly matured, he would definitely have a place in this great Han dynasty. Thank you. After a long time, Zimo softly thanked him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her, smiling faintly. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to help you. Zimo stared blankly. Then what? Is it just because he ridiculed you before? Yes. Yang Kai bluntly admitted. Zimo opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. You're really petty. You need to change your character. But, you're really strong. I've underestimated you before. What's wrong? Are you impressed by my strength? Do you want to commit yourself to me? Yang Kai chuckled. Hearing this, Zimo couldn't help but recall the unfinished business she had with Yang Kai. In an instant, her expression became cold as she ground her teeth. Sooner or later I'll make you pay the price. You said it yourself, I'm a petty person. It's not a wise choice to speak such harsh words to me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zimo felt bitter, but she didn't dare to refute. If she did, who knew what he would do? If he really did take her virginity, Zimo wouldn't even have a place to cry even if she wanted to. A moment later, the sound of footsteps rang out not far away. Yang Kai looked up and saw the group of people from the Great Han Dynasty, led by Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, walking towards him. Yang Kai stood up and looked at them quietly. Yi Qing-sai smiled towards Yang Kai, and the others who had some friendship with Yang Kai also looked at him without the slightest psychological burden. Only a few of them had some kind of dread on their faces. Yang Kai had just killed Bai Xiuming and decisively eliminated his junior brother who had no power to resist. This kind of ruthless method of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots made them somewhat uncomfortable, but since their hands were also stained with blood, they could understand Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, they didn't show any hostility. Obviously they had accepted the facts. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother had been speaking some demoralizing words these days, so his popularity wasn't very good. The scene just now had happened right under their noses, so none of them were people who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, they wouldn't blame the deaths of Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother on Yang Kai. In this place, it was already too late to protect oneself, so who would care about the life or death of others? On top of that, these two were annoying people, so their deaths were meaningless. Chen Shuaishu stepped forward and together with Su Xiaoyu, handed over a large handful of blood beads and said, "These are the harvest from just now, as well as the blood beads left behind by Yarohi and Yaroshi when they killed this girl's monster beast. There are a total of 82 of them, Brother Yang, please count them." Zemo's 30 to 40 monster beast had been killed without any resistance, and with the addition of the monster beast controlled by Yarohi and Yaroshi, the harvest from this battle was huge. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't refuse, reaching out and taking all the blood beads. Although everyone had a share in killing the monster beast, if it weren't for Yang Kai's plan and acting out such a good play, they wouldn't have been able to regain their freedom. Compared to these blood beads, being able to keep their lives was their greatest gain. What's more, after the battle, Yang Kai had even taken out some healing pills for them to consume, which was already the best he could do. These are the blood beads of those 4 people, all of them at the Yuan-Qi boundary. Yi Qing-sai smiled tenderly, placing another 4 larger and purer blood beads into Yang Kai's hands. Seeing Yang Kai's bountiful harvest, many people were envious, but even though they were envious, no one tried to snatch them, nor did they show any greed. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and seeing this scene, secretly nodded and relaxed, knowing that there were only a few like Bai Xiaoming and his brother. Chen Shuaishu's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in my heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you generously." The dozen or so people all cupped their fists respectfully. Yang Kai also returned the gesture with a dignified expression. No one mentioned Bai Xiaoming's death. Even if all of these people made it out alive, they probably wouldn't mention it to anyone else. In this isolated world, it was normal for a few people to die. As long as no one leaked that Yang Kai was the one who killed Bai Xiaoming, the sect behind him would naturally not come looking for trouble with Yang Kai. This incident was thus covered up, and everyone had a tacit understanding. The atmosphere gradually became harmonious, and the little bit of estrangement and fear that originally existed instantly dissipated, but when everyone looked at Zemo, their expressions were still somewhat unnatural. If she was a cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty, it would be a good story to say the least. But after all, Zemo was a cultivator of the Tianlang Dynasty and had attacked them before, so this matter had risen to a whole new level. Even if some people wanted to reconcile, they still had some scruples. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Zemo was intelligent and was well aware of this, so she slipped away to the side, her figure hanging in the air. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked at Chen Shuaishu and asked, "Brother Chen, is there something else?" Chen Shuaishu's hesitant appearance allowed Yang Kai to see what he wanted to say. Chen Shuaishu was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling wryly. "We really do have something we want to ask." "There's no harm in asking." Chen Shuaishu pointed to his own dantian, the insect inside. "Is it dead?" Yarohi and Yaroshi were already dead, but the soul-controlling insect they had planted in the Great Han Dynasty cultivator was still alive, which was the most worrying thing for everyone. Li Xinyuan of the Pure Heart Palace had already been drilled into the dantian, and his junior brothers Wu Fang had been supporting him, so who knew if he would become the next one? Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zemo. Zemo expressionlessly said, "It's not dead, it's still alive in your bodies." Everyone's faces paled as they stared at Zemo. Chapter 252. Yang Kai also frowned and asked, "Do you have a way to get them out?" "Those aren't the soul-controlling insects I planted." Zemo slowly shook her head, Her brow furrowed as she continued, "In fact, it's not a big deal to keep them inside, they just need to absorb a little bit of yuan qi to survive. Without anyone's orders, they won't harm you. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can naturally use your divine sense to force them out or return to your sect and have your elders deal with them." This was the lowest level of soul-controlling insects. In addition to being afraid of heat, using one's divine sense to deal with them was also a powerful weapon. That being said, everyone was still frowning. None of them believed Zemo. What's more, even if what Zemo said was true, anyone who had an insect in a dantian would feel somewhat uncomfortable. If in a life-or-death battle, this insect moved, it could lead to serious consequences. Zemo saw the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled contemptuously. "But if you really want to get these insects out now, I have a way, I just don't know if you'd be willing to let me try." Everyone's expression became bitter as they all turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them believed Zemo. If this Tianlang girl used some kind of trick to control them, then, but if they didn't agree, everyone would also feel uneasy. Having an insect in a dantian, no matter how they thought about it, it was strange. Zemo sneered, satisfied with her mischievous thoughts, and said, "My mistress can help you." "Your mistress?" Chen Shuaishu couldn't help but cough lightly. Yang Kai's expression also became awkward as he glared at Zemo bitterly. "Brother Yang, did you really accept her as a maidservant?" Chen Shuaishu asked enviously. Su Xiaoyu pinched him fiercely from the side, causing Chen Shuaishu's face to twist, but he didn't dare say anything. "She's bullshit. She wants me dead," Yang Kai flatly denied, snorting. He frowned and said, "But I might have a way. It's just that I haven't tried it on a human yet." The soul-controlling insect was afraid of heat, and his true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis. Now that Yarrow He and Yarrow Shi were no longer controlling them, as long as he used his true Yang Yuan Qi, he would be able to force the soul-controlling insect out of their bodies. Previously, Yang Kai had used this method to force the soul-controlling insect out of the head of a rank 5 monster beast, the Yaksha Golden Shadow Leopard. From there, he learned the secret of the soul-controlling insect. However, if the target was a human, Yang Kai didn't dare to make any guarantees. These people were the elites of their respective sects. The place where the soul-controlling insect was located was the most vulnerable and sensitive part of the dantian. A small mistake could lead to serious consequences. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, everyone felt uneasy. "Try it on me," Li Xinyuan of the Pure Heart Palace suddenly said weakly, a bitter smile hanging on his face. "In any case, my cultivation has been crippled, so if I can let Brother Yang practice on it, it can be considered as doing everyone a favor." Zuofang immediately said, "Brother, don't say that. Dantian's crippled cultivation can still be repaired, as long as we can find a good medicine. If you want to try, I'll go first." Junior brother, Li Xinyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother, there's nothing to worry about. Even if Brother Yang fails, isn't it just a life? I'll live like this. A life worse than death. Don't argue. I don't have much confidence in myself." Yang Kai frowned, then reached out and beckoned to Zemo. "What do you want?" Zemo's face was filled with dissatisfaction, but she still obediently walked over. Seeing her so obedient, the Great Han Dynasty's people became more and more surprised. Could it be that the relationship between her and Yang Kai was really that of a servant and master? This was too strange. "Tell me about it. What do I need to do?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. Zemo explained in detail. The method was exactly the same as what Yang Kai had used on the Yaksha Golden Shadow Leopard before, but he had to be more careful. Either he incinerated the Yaksha Golden Shadow Leopard quickly, not giving it any time to react, or he had to use gentle methods to force it out. He absolutely couldn't let it feel uneasy, otherwise, it might really break through his dantian. After understanding this point, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before looking at everyone and asking, "Are you sure you want me to do it?" The group nodded. "Good, I can only guarantee that I will do my best to help you, but you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai didn't want to get into trouble because of this. Han Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Of course, we believe you can do it." The others also didn't object, naturally agreeing with his statement. Yang Kai nodded. After pondering for a long time, he decided to choose the second method. The first method was certainly faster, but the drawbacks were also very big. If he didn't control it well, he would only end up hurting others. Glancing at Li Xinyuan, Yang Kai said, "I'll try it on you first." Li Xinyuan smiled and nodded. Zhuo Fang wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a glare. Lifting his robes and exposing his lower abdomen, the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace couldn't help blushing, but they didn't dare turn their heads and stared at him. Yang Kai reached out and covered Li Xinyuan's dantian, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in controlling his true Yang Yuan Qi, slowly pouring it into Li Xinyuan's body. Not long after, Yang Kai felt where the soul-controlling insect was. With a thought, he became even more cautious. His true Yang Yuan Qi turned into thousands of threads and wrapped around the soul-controlling insect, wrapping it up before it could react. Li Xinyuan's face suddenly turned red. He was now a cripple, so the hot Yuan Qi pouring in was somewhat difficult to resist, but this person's perseverance was very strong. Even if his abdomen was burning, he still gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, only the veins on his forehead throbbing and sweat pouring down his forehead. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Bear with it." As soon as his voice fell, he affected the true Yang Yuan Qi, forcing the soul-controlling insect out bit by bit. The soul-controlling insect was clearly struggling, which increased Li Xinyuan's pain. As the junior brother, Zhuo Fang couldn't bear to watch from the side, his heart in his throat. Very quickly, the soul-controlling insect was forced out of the dantian. At this point, Yang Kai could finally let go of his hands and feet, no longer needing to be restrained. His true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly increased in strength. Not long after, everyone could clearly see a small dot appear on Li Xinyuan's abdomen. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He cut a small hole in the abdomen and directly took out the soul-controlling insect, burning it to ashes. At the same time, Li Xinyuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and weakly collapsed. "Brother." Zhuo Fang was shocked and quickly went to support him. After a while, Li Xinyuan weakly opened his eyes and chuckled. "It was really uncomfortable, but I'm also free." Seeing that he was safe, everyone felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased and he quickly looked around. "Who's next?" "I'll do it." Chen Shuai-shu shouted impatiently and then sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Having succeeded once, Yang Kai naturally had a much easier time, but Chen Shuai-shu was different from Li Xinyuan. He still had the Yuan Qi in his body, so even if he relaxed his mind and body, the Yuan Qi would automatically resist Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only increase the output of his Yuan Qi and take a long time to release the soul-controlling insect. One after another, there were 17 to 18 people in total, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely tired. After half a day, only a few women were left. Azura sect's Yi Qing Sai, Water Moon Hall's Feng Qian Hen, Reflecting Moon sect's Su Xiao Yu, and the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace. With the exception of Yi Qing Sai, who was the most charming of the lot, the other women all blushed, glancing around at each other in embarrassment. The reason was simple: when Yang Kai was pulling the soul-controlling insect, his hand was covering the dantian. The dantian was the lower abdomen, the delicate navel. Thinking of this, the women all blushed. Yi Qing Sai pursed her lips and giggled. "I'll go first. You little girls, why are you so shy? It's not like he'll eat you." "Ahem." Yang Kai said seriously, "Don't tease me." The expressions of the group of men around them also became strange. Sitting down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, Yi Qing Sai's eyes shone like water as she stared at Yang Kai boldly, slowly unbuttoning her clothes. Catcher, catcher. Heavy breathing sounds rang out. Yi Qing Sai's enchanting figure was like a ripe peach, her face charming and her figure graceful. Such a mature woman's temptation to men was extremely strong. Seeing her unbuttoning her clothes and about to reveal her beautiful body, the group of men naturally stared intently. Who would want to miss such a wonderful moment? Hee hee. Yi Qing Sai not only didn't show any signs of fear, she even giggled. Little vixen. All the men present breathed heavily. Kchem. Han Xiaoqi's expression became cold as she glanced around. Close your dog eyes, close your dog eyes. Su Xiaoyu kept sweeping her hand across her brother's eyes, causing Chen Shuishu's face to redden as he blinked, feeling like a cat was scratching at his heart. Yi Qingsai's movements also stopped and she smiled. You really want to stay? Heh heh. Zhuo Fang, Chu Jingshan, and the others suddenly smiled and licked their lips. We thought you wouldn't mind. Nonsense. Yi Qingsai rolled her eyes at them. I'm just giving you some face. You don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Do you want me to drive you away? Let's go, let's go. Zhuo Fang supported Li Xinyuan and quickly retreated with the other men. After a while, all of them sighed regretfully. Don't pull me away. Chen Shuishu was anxious as he was hugged by Zhu Ba, unable to resist. My junior sister is still there. I have to watch. Get away. Su Xiaoyu said shyly. After all the men had retreated 1,000 meters away and determined that they couldn't see anything, the women relaxed. Yang Kai's expression was calm and natural as he turned to Yi Qingsai and said, Continue. Yi Qingsai's face blushed slightly as she took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and continued to unbutton her clothes. Yi Han's eyes widened as her cheeks burned as she stammered, Do we all have to do this? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Yi Han immediately covered her cheeks. Can we not take off our clothes? Yang Kai frowned. If you're not afraid of making a mistake, you can. But direct contact will make it easier for me to control Yuan Qi. Chapter 253. What he said was the truth. Being separated by a layer of clothing was definitely not as convenient as physical contact to control her Yuan Qi. Han Xiaoqi's eyelashes fluttered as she whispered, Junior brother Yang is a gentleman. What are you afraid of? Yi Han stammered, I'm not afraid. Aya. Before she could finish speaking, she threw herself into the arms of Liu Qingayu's senior sister and hid. Zimo, who was standing nearby, sneered meaningfully, causing all the other women's expressions to become unnatural. Don't make a sound. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before stretching out his hand and placing it on Yi Qingsai's smooth belly. As soon as he touched her, Yi Qingsai couldn't help shivering, grit her teeth, and stared straight at Yang Kai with watery eyes, as if she wanted to see into his heart. His exposed skin was suffused with a layer of faint red light. Yang Kai was unscrupulous and without the slightest hint of guilt, his pair of thieving eyes roamed over Yi Qingsai's body as his hands continued to move, controlling her true Yang Yuan Qi to perfection. Little bastard. How could Yi Qingsai not see the change in Yang Kai's demeanor? His eyes were even sharper than a thief's, so she couldn't help blushing as she scolded him. You can't see anything. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Indeed, he couldn't see anything. All women were wearing corsets and Yi Qingsai hadn't taken off all her clothes, so even if Yang Kai wanted to see, he couldn't. Shameless. Yi Qingsai ground her teeth so hard they were about to break. Although she said this, there was still a trace of a smile on her face. She was simply angered by Yang Kai. There had never been a man who dared to take advantage of her so unscrupulously. A gentleman. Zimo ridiculed from the side, glancing over at Han Xiaoqi faintly, the latter's pretty face suddenly blushing red. Just now, she had wanted to use this big hat of gentleman to pressure Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't buy it at all. Han Xiaoqi finally understood what Yang Kai meant when he said a man's true colors. In front of a beauty, which man wouldn't take a few glances? If he really was indifferent, that would be a problem. On the surface he was indifferent, but on the inside he was acting dirty. At least. His true nature, without the slightest pretentious. Thinking up to here, Han Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief. Just take it as a reward for him. A short time later, a small bulge appeared on Yi Qingsai's waist. Yang Kai was about to cut it, but Yang Kai, Yi, if you leave a scar, I won't let you. At a time like this, you still care about such things. Yang Kai was speechless for a while before he raised his hand and cut open a small wound. He forced the soul-controlling insect out and burned it. Next, Yang Kai turned to look at the women. The girls all looked at each other and hesitated for a long time before Han Xiaoqi braced herself and blushed. I'll do it. As the senior sister of the four from the 10,000 Flower Palace, she felt that she had to set an example. Sitting in front of Yang Kai, she methodically unbuttoned her clothes, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai became even more impolite. One by one. Of the 4 from 10,000 Flower Palace, Han Xiaoqi's elegance, Yi Han's tenderness, Liu Qing'Ayu's charm, and Hua Ruo Yin's tranquility. Each of them had a different temperament. Coupled with Yi Qing'Sai's charm and Feng Qianhen's agility, Yang Kai was addicted to watching. Finally, it was Su Xiaoyu's turn. After she sat in front of him, she blushed and was about to unbutton her clothes, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped her. "You don't need to. Isn't it difficult to control Yuan Qi?" Su Xiaoyu asked softly. "I've tried so many times, now I should be able to do it with clothes on," Yang Kai explained. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not finished yet, Yang Kai reached out and tore a piece of cloth from his clothes. Then he blindfolded his eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Han angrily said, "Why did you cover your eyes when it was Su Xiaoyu's turn?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "She has a man, if I don't cover my eyes, I'm afraid Brother Chen will try to kill me." En. Yi Han nodded thoughtfully, smiling as she said, "You're quite considerate." "Of course, who do you think I am? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert?" The group of women all looked a little apologetic, feeling like they had misunderstood Yang Kai. Han Xiaoqi was feeling guilty, but suddenly her expression became cold. "Just now, can you also cover your eyes?" To force out the soul-controlling insect, he only needed to use his hands and true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't matter if he couldn't see. Originally, she hadn't thought of this, but now seeing Yang Kai do this, Han Xiaoqi suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't dare to answer, his face filled with embarrassment. Han Xiaoqi's tender body suddenly began to tremble. The other women glanced at each other and immediately sneered, rushing forward and smashing him with their fists. Half an hour later, the group of girls conversed with the others while chatting and laughing. Chen Xueshu was the first to rush over. He held his junior sister's hand and asked anxiously, "How is it? How is it?" Su Xiaoyu quickly explained what had just happened. Chen Xueshu immediately looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai taking care of his face and dignity as a man undoubtedly made Chen Xueshu feel very moved. Looking up, Chen Xueshu saw Yang Kai's swollen face and immediately became shocked. "Brother Yang, you..." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Minor injuries, serves you right." Zemo gloated from the side. Yang Kai didn't care, thinking about it for a moment before taking out 2 bottles of healing pills from his universe bag and handing them to Chen Xueshu. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Xueshu took them and asked curiously. "Keep these for everyone in case of emergency. Also, if you encounter Wu Chengyi, don't trust him," Yang Kai said solemnly. "What's wrong?" Hearing him mention Wu Chengyi, everyone gathered around. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, everyone's expression became ugly. Zhuo Fang angrily cursed, "Yes, I was wondering why Qi Jianxing suddenly disappeared. It turns out he was sent out by Wu Chengyi to kill Brother Yang. The last time I asked him, he told me he was just going to explore and would be back in a few days." Chen Xueshu was even more furious. That bastard's schemes are truly ruthless. What a vicious method. Just for a bottle of healing medicine, you actually want to kill them all. Han Xiaoqi frowned. It turns out we were all wrong about him. If we had continued to follow him, perhaps we would have encountered some kind of accident. Just for a bottle of healing pills. Wu Chengyi was willing to kill Yang Kai, so there was no guarantee he wouldn't do the same to any of the cultivators around him. So many people, so many blood beads, and all of them were Yuan Qi masters. It was enough for Wu Chengyi to break through to the next realm. "Next time we meet him, elder sister will help you teach him a lesson." Yi Qing'Sai's brow furrowed. She had come from the Endless Sea Islands, so she had no scruples when it came to the 9-star sword school. Now that this group of people had joined forces, the Tianlang dynasty's monster beast army no longer existed. In addition to Wu Chengyi, only Kai Shui and the 6th Order monster beast were left. However, Even with the sixth-order monster beast enslaved, Kai Shui wanting to deal with so many people on his own was still somewhat unrealistic. In short, with this group of people here, as long as they did not separate, they were invincible existences. Chen Shueshu, on the other hand, saw some clues from Yang Kai's words. Brother Yang, Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and said, I want to leave. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and Yi Han asked, You want to leave? Why do you want to leave? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yi Ching Sai rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Is it because I just beat you up and you're not feeling well? If that's the case, elder sister will let you beat me up, so please be gentle with me. It's nothing, I just have my own considerations. Yang Kai did not explain further. Hearing this sentence, Zemo looked at him strangely, her heart slightly moved. The others also guessed something, looking at Zemo and then at Yang Kai, hesitating to speak. That's all. Yang Kai smiled, turning to Lung Shan, you stay with them. Saying so, he called out to the old demon in his heart. But there was no response, so Yang Kai knew this old demon must have sealed him. After unsealing the seal, Yang Kai looked at Lung Shan and said, I have a grudge with your Ghost King Valley. Jin Hao was killed by me, and so was Yu Cheng Kuan. If you want to avenge them in the future, just come to High Heaven Pavilion and find me. If it was 10 days ago, Yang Kai would definitely not have spared Lung Shan's life, but now that they had gone through so much together, it would be unreasonable to kill her. Lung Shan's eyelashes fluttered as she shook her head, no need. Yang Kai smiled lightly, that would be for the best. Saying so, he glanced at her forehead, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can't take back the gift I gave you for the time being. Wait until I break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Lung Shan nodded slightly, squeezing out a smile, I believe it won't be long. She naturally knew what Yang Kai's gift was, it was nothing more than the brand in her mind. If the brand didn't change, she would forever be Yang Kai's slave, her life and death uncontrollable. On this point, Yang Kai hadn't lied to her. That brand was something the old demon had helped him plant, and whether it was Zemo or Lung Shan, both of them had personally sent their divine senses to Yang Kai. If not for this, there would have been no way to plant the brand. However, if they wanted to remove it, it wouldn't be so simple. Yang Kai would have to use his own means to do so. Everyone, the green hills do not change, the green water flows forever. Farewell, we will meet again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Take care. Yang Kai turned around and flew off like a meteor. Zemo didn't say a word, silently following behind him. After a long time, Chen Shueshu said, in fact, there's nothing wrong with that Tianlang woman following us. Brother Yang has too many concerns. Yi Ching Sai smiled charmingly, can you guarantee that you can lead that Tianlang woman with a calm heart? Chen Shueshu was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. Zemo had once been their enemy and was also the cultivator of Tianlang. With a soul-controlling insect in her hands, no one could treat her with a calm heart. If she stayed, no one would embarrass her out of respect for Yang Kai, but they would definitely be on guard against her. As an outsider, she naturally wouldn't feel comfortable. Yang Kai must have taken her with this in mind. Lung Shan, is that woman really Brother Yang's maid? Chen Shueshu asked curiously. Lung Shan glanced at him coldly before turning around and leaving him with her back to him. What did I say wrong? Chen Shueshu was speechless. At that moment, he had seen the disgust in Lung Shan's eyes, but he hadn't realized that his question had also poked Lung Shan's sore spot. Chapter 254. Walking through the dense forest, Zemo stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. Several times she wanted to say something but hesitated, not knowing what to say. Silence lingered between the two of them as Yang Kai simply dashed forward, stopping from time to time, frowning as he pondered, glancing left and right, then suddenly setting off again. Zemo was like a tail, closely following behind Yang Kai, never leaving his side. A day later, Zemo finally couldn't stand the silence any longer, and in a fit of pique, she froze in place. Yang Kai ran a few thousand meters before realizing something was wrong and quickly rushed back, only to see that Zemo was still standing in place, staring at him coldly with her chin slightly raised. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression quite unpleasant. "I was going to ask you what you were doing." Zemo's chest heaved up and down as she spat out these harsh words, her voice softening a lot. "In fact, you don't need to do this." "What do I do?" Yang Kai looked at her questioningly. "Separate from those people. With them, you don't need to worry about your own safety. Now in this isolated world, besides you, me, and that group of people, only my brother is left. With their strength and numbers, they don't need to fear my brother and Wu Chengyi, so separating from them is not a wise choice." Yang Kai looked her up and down, his mouth slowly blooming into an inexplicable smile. "You don't think I separated from those people because I was worried about your situation, right?" Yang Kai frowned. Zemo's face reddened as she stared straight at Yang Kai. Instead, she asked, "Is that not the case? You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "You are the cultivator of Tianlang, and before yesterday, we were enemies. Even if you acted well, in your heart, you still wanted to take my life. If you are not benevolent, then I will not be righteous. Why should I care if you live or die?" Zemo was so angry that her chest heaved up and down as she ground her teeth. "Ever since I was controlled by you. Which part of me didn't do well? I know you care a lot about your reputation and are stubborn, but you don't have to be so heartless, right?" It was the same when he killed Bai Xiaoming. Although he was annoyed that Bai Xiaoming had ridiculed him before, it was more or less because he wanted to stand up for himself. However, this man refused to admit it no matter what. Zemo was smart, so whatever he said was the truth. She wouldn't point it out and make him lose face. But now, he actually said that. Was face that important? Are there feelings between us? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stepped forward, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Zemo's waist, his hand unceremoniously stroking her smooth and tender skin. Zemo quickly stretched out her hands and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Her upper body bent backwards, and a numb feeling came from her waist. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She frowned and coldly rebuked, "What are you doing? You said I'm heartless, but I'll show you that I'm heartless." Yang Kai's hands became even more unbridled. "Let me go." Zemo's expression turned cold. Yang Kai grinned. He no longer acted presumptuously and loosened his grip. Zemo quickly retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between them, her face filled with vigilance. "You're right." Yang Kai suddenly nodded. "Part of the reason I separated from them was because I was worried about your situation." Zemo's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. "No matter what, you're still my slave. You're my servant, so if you don't have any face, I won't have any face either, right?" Zemo's pretty face suddenly became cold again. This damn stinky man. Zemo cursed in her heart, secretly hating him. But that's not the main reason. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "What's the main reason?" Zemo took a deep breath and asked. "I'm going to find Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai's face flashed a fierce light. "I'm going to kill him." Wu Chengyi had sent his junior brother to take Yang Kai's life, but Yang Kai wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Wu Chengyi must pay the price for his actions. As a 9-star sword faction disciple, his status was definitely not low. Once he escaped from this isolated world, it would be difficult to kill him outside, so Yang Kai wanted to deal with him here. This opportunity was now or never. What's more, Wu Chengyi must have a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him, so Yang Kai couldn't just let him go. Although the brilliant flame liquid was no longer useful to him, it was still useful to others. However, if they acted together with this group of people, even if they killed Wu Chengyi, there wouldn't be enough brilliant flame liquid to share. Yang Kai wanted to monopolize it. "You're really bold. Someone who can escape from my brother's hands must have extraordinary strength. I won't deny that you're very strong, but do you think you can win against that Wu Chengyi?" Zemo stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a monster, her face filled with disbelief, thinking to herself that this person was really bold. "Whether I can win or not, we'll know after we fight." Yang Kai snorted and stared at Zemo meaningfully. "Don't I still have you here to help me? What do you think I brought you out here for?" Zemo's pretty face went cold as she stamped her foot. You can go die now. So he has so many plans. She had just been a little touched by his words. Haha. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently stroked Zemo's face, pretending to be mesmerized by her beauty. Don't be so heartless. If you spend more time with me, you'll discover many of my strong points. Maybe you'll even fall for me. Shameless. Zemo sneered. Although his words were a bit shameless, it was undeniable that this young man had many qualities that other men of his generation didn't have. These qualities that were unintentionally revealed were very attractive, especially to women. Knowing his true thoughts, Zemo was no longer annoyed, instead smiling slightly and asking, "You've been looking everywhere for traces of that Wu Chengyi. Have you found any clues?" No, Yang Kai shook his head. For a master like him, it's very easy for him to hide his tracks. After a short pause, Yang Kai smiled confidently, "But as long as he's still here, we'll find him." "I think I can help you." Zemo chuckled. Yang Kai nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Over the next few days, Yang Kai and Zemo searched for traces of Wu Chengyi while also searching for Monster Beast. Yarrow he and Yarrow she had controlled more than 100 monster beasts that day, and although they had killed 30 to 40 of them, there were still nearly 70 left. These were probably the only monster beast left in this isolated world. After a few days, their harvest was not great. Zemo only managed to control 7 monster beasts with her soul-controlling insects. These controlled monster beasts were scattered around, greatly increasing the range and efficiency of their search. 10 days later, the number of monster beasts controlled by Zemo had increased to 15, and on this day, Yang Kai finally found traces of Wu Chengyi. One of the monster beasts that had been scattered around suddenly died, and when Yang Kai and Zemo went to investigate, they were surprised to find some traces of sword chi left behind. "It's Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai's expression brightened. This sword chi could not be displayed by ordinary people, only a disciple of the 9-star sword faction could. On top of that, the one who had died was a 5th-order monster beast, so to be able to kill it in a single blow, the strength of the one who used this sword chi was definitely not low. Combining all the clues, Yang Kai almost instantly determined that it was Wu Chengyi who had killed it. Following these clues, they quickly chased after him, but after half a day, they lost track of Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. For the first time he felt that without cultivating his divine sense, even finding someone was so troublesome. If he cultivated his divine sense, it would be a different story. As long as his divine sense was strong enough, he would be able to see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, Zemo's expression suddenly changed as she looked towards Yang Kai and said, "My brother is nearby." Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked, "Kai Shui? En?" Zemo's expression was very ugly. He has a 6th-order monster beast. Combined with his own strength, he is invincible here. If you meet him, you will die. We need to avoid him. He's also here. Could it be he was chasing after Wu Chengyi? Yang Kai's mind raced. When the 4 Tianlang Sen Luo temple disciples had besieged the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator with their monster beast army, except for Wu Chengyi, who had managed to escape with his own strength, the others had all been captured. After that, Kai Shui had led his 6th-order monster beast to chase after Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai was also doing the same thing. The two of them had the same goal, so it was not surprising that they would meet. It's too late. Zemo's beautiful face went pale as she quickly turned her head to the side and whispered, "Don't say anything, I'll deal with him. If he finds out about the relationship between you and me, he definitely won't let you off." Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Zemo coldly snorted, "I'm just trying to protect myself, don't think too much about it. If you wanted to kill me, it would only take a single thought. So I can't let you be in any danger, lest you try to drag me down with you." Heh. Yang Kai chuckled and turned his head towards the direction Zemo was looking at. A majestic monster beast leapt out from the nearby jungle. This monster beast looked like a mix between a wolf and a tiger. Its body was vigorous and its 4 limbs were powerful, giving off a ferocious aura. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and even though it was several dozen meters away, this monster beast still gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of oppression. 6th-order monster beast. A veritable sixth-order monster beast. When it appeared, the monster beast around Zemo all crouched down, like mice that had seen a cat. On the back of the monster beast sat a young man wearing a purple robe, about 25 to 26 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, a pair of piercing eyes, and a cold expression. This was Kai Shui. Compared to Wu Chengyi, he had a completely different temperament. In comparison, Wu Chengyi was calmer, while Kai Shui was more overbearing, but no matter who it was, they both gave off a sense of arrogance. Both were proud sons of the heavens, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. Kai Shui looked at Zemo and let the sixth-order monster beast he was sitting on walk forward, not even sparing a glance at young Kai. The sixth-order monster beast came to a stop a few dozen meters away. "Big brother." Zemo stepped forward and saluted. The sixth-order monster beast let out a low roar filled with menace. The monster beast's reaction made Zemo's heart skip a beat. Looking at her big brother, she found that he was staring at her with cold eyes. Chapter 255. Yaohe and Yaoshi are dead. Do you know that? After a long silence, Kai Shui finally spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light, as if warning Zemo that her answer would determine her fate. Zemo felt a chill run down her spine, frowning. "I killed them." Kai Shui's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, "You killed them?" "Yes." Zemo replied without fear. "Give me a reason." Kai Shui coldly snorted, his face cold and ruthless. Zemo trembled slightly and replied, "They killed my monster beast, took my soul-controlling insect, and destroyed a thread of my divine sense." Kai Shui frowned, looking at Zemo suspiciously. "Why did they do that?" Zemo sneered, "Brother, you already know the answer in your heart, why ask me?" Kai Shui closed his eyes for a moment before nodding slightly. They dared to act against you, they brought this upon themselves." Hearing this sentence, Zemo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Kai Shui really wanted to stick his neck out for Yaohe and Yaoshi, then things would become quite bad. Fortunately, Kai Shui still had some semblance of a brother and didn't indiscriminately punish Zemo, but, "You alone can't kill them." Kai Shui faintly said, "Who helped you?" Zemo bit her red lips, not saying a word. Kai Shui glanced at young Kai, his expression indifferent. "I don't care about the fight between you and Yaohe and Yaoshi. When we return, Master will deal with it impartially. But, if an outsider acts against them, you should know how to deal with it." "I know," Zemo whispered. "Then, kill him." Kai Shui stretched out his hand and pointed at young Kai, his expression cold. His tone brooked no argument. Young Kai's heart skipped a beat, secretly becoming vigilant. He hadn't expected Zemo's brother to be so decisive and ruthless. Zemo raised her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of struggle. She definitely couldn't do anything to young Kai. As long as she had such thoughts, young Kai would be able to kill her. But Kai Shui was right in front of her, forcing her to do something, no matter how intelligent Zemo was. At this moment, he didn't know how to solve the problem in front of him. No matter what she chose, it was impossible to satisfy both of them at the same time. "You are with me, so there is no need for him to protect you. What are you waiting for?" Kai Shui coldly urged. Zemo's chest heaved as she struggled, unable to make up her mind. After a long time, Zemo raised her head and smiled bitterly. "I can't kill him." Scarlet blood narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "Why?" Young Kai sneered in his heart as he waited for Zemo's reply. Once she revealed his secret, she would suffer an unforgettable punishment. "Because I like him." Zemo's eyes were firm, her cheeks slightly flushed. After that, she added, "I'm already his woman, so I can't do anything to him." Young Kai was dumbfounded as he stared at Zemo in amazement. He never thought that this woman would come up with such a lame excuse. Kai Shui's face was also filled with shock as he stared at Zemo with a pained expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What did you say?" "I said, I like him, I'm already his woman." Zemo had already broken the jar, so when she said such a thing for the second time, her expression was undoubtedly much more natural. Kai Shui was so angry that he laughed. "You like a big man's cultivator?" "Yes." Zemo secretly glanced at young Kai and saw his ruddy face filled with self-satisfaction. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. She couldn't wait to go up and slap him a few times to vent her anger. Although she also knew that this excuse was too lame, at this point, she really couldn't think of a better one. However, this man was still so proud of himself, completely unaware of the bitterness in her heart. Kai Shue's face was cold as he stared at young Kai, taking a deep breath and saying, "You really didn't plant a soul-controlling insect. It seems you weren't lying." Young Kai's heart went cold. Kai Shue's words inadvertently revealed an important piece of information. He seemed to be able to sense the existence of a soul-controlling insect. "I don't need to lie to you." Zemo forced a smile. Good, good. Kai Shue's yuan qi surged as his murderous intent spread out. "Since you don't know how to respect yourself, even that big man's trash can easily possess you. This big brother doesn't need to be biased towards you. This time when we return, I will report everything to Master. You can just wait to receive your punishment." Zemo's tender body trembled as she remained silent. As for him, Kai Shue coldly stared at young Kai. "If you don't want to kill him, then this big brother will do it for you." As soon as his voice fell, the more than a dozen monster beasts controlled by Zemo suddenly stood up and rushed towards young Kai, baring their fangs fiercely. Young Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Zemo coldly. Zemo hurriedly explained, "You run. Big Brother's soul-controlling insect is of a higher grade and can affect my soul-controlling insect. So that's how it is." Listening to Zemo's words, young Kai finally relaxed. Originally, he had thought that Zemo wanted to secretly kill him, but it seems he had misunderstood this woman. "You think you can run away?" Kai Shue coldly snorted, and the more than a dozen monster beasts became even more ferocious as they formed a circle around young Kai. Zemo's face instantly turned pale as sweat poured out of her forehead. While trying to control her soul-controlling insect, she anxiously shouted to young Kai, "Hurry up and run, why are you still standing there like a fool?" Young Kai remained unmoved as he stared at the sixth-order monster beast under Kai Shue. Kai Shue sneered and issued a command in his heart. The more than a dozen monster beasts leapt up and rushed towards young Kai. Zemo tried her best to control her soul-controlling insect, but to no avail. Young Kai's expression was cold as his figure flickered and he flashed out of the monster beast's encirclement. The yuan qi in his body surged as he used the white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, fusing the two seals into one. A ray of light flew out from his palm and shot straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Roar. A deafening roar rang out as the sixth-order monster beast under Kai Shue opened its mouth and spat out a huge wind blade visible to the naked eye. This wind blade collided with young Kai's beast-slave seal. The two violent energies collided mid-air and the beast-slave seal was directly shattered. "You overestimate yourself." Kai Shue coldly snorted. He didn't know the mysteries of the beast-slave seal. He only thought that this was some kind of offensive method used by young Kai. However, young Kai's actions had also revealed his true strength. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. Perceiving this, Kai Shue became even angrier. If this person was really a genius from the Great Han Dynasty, Zemo's love for him was understandable, but he clearly hadn't even reached the yuan qi boundary. How could he have the qualifications to make Zemo fall in love with him? Kai Shue, as the eldest brother of this family, naturally felt deeply ashamed. He was even more determined to eliminate young Kai. Kill. Kai Shue didn't even have the intention to personally take action. Raising his hand and waving it, the more than a dozen monster beasts under Zemo's control once again rushed forward. Young Kai's figure flashed again. Turning a deaf ear to the shouts of the more than a dozen monster beasts and Zemo, young Kai rushed straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Sitting on the back of the monster beast, Kai Shue sneered again and again, his eyes filled with arrogance as he watched young Kai's struggle and resistance with disdain. "Your footwork is good, but your strength is too weak," Kai Shue arrogantly commented. The rank 6 monster beast under him seemed to know his master's thoughts. The beast opened its mouth again, but this time it roared continuously. Accompanied by the roar, a half-foot-long wind blade flew out, fiercely attacking young Kai's path. Young Kai dodged left and right, concentrating on dodging as he approached the sixth-order monster beast without stopping for a moment. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Kai Shue's expression finally changed slightly. He found that he had underestimated the speed and footwork of this big man cultivator. Zemo's more than a dozen monster beast couldn't do anything to him, and even his own sixth-order monster beast couldn't attack him. In just a few breaths of time, young Kai was already within 5 feet of him. Humph! Kai Shue's face was filled with anger, his eyes staring at young Kai, his expression extremely cold. 3 feet. The big man cultivator's speed increased again, leaving behind an afterimage. Kai Shue's eyes were focused on the 6 directions, his ears listening to all directions, suddenly sneering. Kai Shue leaned sideways and sent out a palm strike. The palm wind whistled, and when it burst out, Yang Kai's figure appeared. It looked like Yang Kai had hit Kai Shue's attack. A light shot out from Yang Kai's palms, hitting the 6th-order monster beast under Kai Shue. At the same time, Yang Kai hurriedly exchanged a blow with Kai Shue, accompanied by a light sound. His body flew far away like a paper kite. Ridiculous! Kai Shue frowned. He found that the big man cultivator had rushed over, but had only shot a light at his 6th-order monster beast. Although it had hit, his monster beast didn't have much of a reaction. On the other hand, Kai Shue was certain that the big man cultivator had suffered some injuries. Peng! Yang Kai fell to the ground, stumbling back a few steps before stabilizing his body. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumbling blood in his chest, his eyes flashing a look of surprise. Amazing! Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. Kai Shue was worthy of being an elite from a superforce. Even if he was only from a small branch, this kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Kai Shue's expression was cold. Junior sister, this big brother can give you a chance. As long as you kill him, I will put in a few good words for you in front of master. I can even help you hide the fact that you have lost your virginity, so it won't affect your status in the sect. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, it will be very difficult for you. Zemo shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible for me to kill him. Attacking Yang Kai was tantamount to digging one's own grave. This was something Zemo had considered very clearly. Good, this is the path you have chosen, so don't regret it in the future. Kai Shue didn't know the reason for this, so naturally, he felt resentful towards Yang Kai for failing to meet his expectations. Patting his monster beast, he coldly glared at Yang Kai and said, I don't know what means you used to conquer my junior sister, but the women of our Tianlang dynasty cannot be possessed by your Great Han dynasty men, so you must die. Saying these words in an overbearing manner, Kai Shue quietly waited for Yang Kai's death, but a moment later, his expression couldn't help but change as he looked down at his monster beast in surprise. Just now, he had given his monster beast the order to attack, but it had not responded at all. The soul-controlling insect was still there. How could this be? Feeling suspicious, Kai Shue issued another order in his heart, and this time the monster beast reacted, but instead of attacking Yang Kai, it jumped up and landed heavily, directly throwing Kai Shue away. Chapter 256. After tumbling through the air, Kai Shue landed firmly on the ground and looked at his own monster beast. At this moment, it was facing him, and from the depths of its throat came a low roar, its eyes flashing with an ominous light. Kai Shue's face paled. This monster beast that he had implanted with his soul-controlling insect had actually broken free from his control and was now hostile to him. Ha ha ha. Kai Yang laughed proudly, his laughter incomparably wild. Kai Shue looked at him, recalling his strange actions just now, and fiercely shouted, What did you just do? Recalling that ghostly light, Scarlet Blood suddenly realized that this person had desperately rushed over and only shot out a single ghostly light at his monster beast, so he definitely had a great reason for doing so. Otherwise, his monster beast wouldn't have had such a change. Yang Kai laughed, sweeping away his previous cautiousness and walking towards the sixth-order monster beast. He reached out and patted its back, looking at Kai Shue with disdain. What did I do? Did you not see it? Zemo's small mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. The more time she spent with him, the more mysterious she found him to be. This person's strength and strangeness had far exceeded Zemo's imagination. It wasn't until this moment that Zemo finally understood why a few days ago, when they were fighting the monster beast, he was able to resolve the crisis between her and Lung Shan. At that time, although she knew it was his doing, she didn't quite understand the mystery behind it. But now, Zemo finally understood, this man could actually control the monster beast. Easily controlling a sixth-order monster beast, who could resist such a heaven-defying method? Even her brother Kai Shui had sacrificed hundreds of his soul-controlling insects, risking a great deal of danger, to allow them to fuse with each other and become a higher-level soul-controlling insect. Then, he had given up dozens of more powerful monster beasts in order to subdue this sixth-order monster beast. Comparing the two, Yang Kai's method was simply unfathomable. How did you do it? My soul-controlling insect is still inside its body. This is impossible. Scarlet Blood could no longer remain calm. He tried his best to communicate with the soul-controlling insect, but he couldn't make the level 6 monster beast obey him. Nothing is impossible. I can only say that your insects are too weak. Yang Kai laughed disdainfully, his expression cold. Interesting. Kai Shui's expression suddenly became excited, as if he had encountered something new and interesting. He stared at Yang Kai with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Kill. Yang Kai spat out a single word. The Type 6 monster beast charged towards Scarlet Blood like a gust of wind. In the midst of the attack, the wind blades continued to spit out, and Kai Shui's figure flashed. His movement technique was also quite exquisite. He did not have any direct confrontation with the monster beast. Instead, he leaped into the air and refracted again. Like an eagle striking the sky, it swooped down toward Yang Kai. Although Kai Shui was strong, it was impossible for him to face the Type 6 monster beast head-on. His target was only Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was killed, the Type 6 monster beast would still be under his control. Pouncing down from above, Kai Shui's moves were big and wide. Yuan Qi level 7 strength was fully unleashed, containing a shocking destructive power. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. The Yuan Qi in his body was also pushed to the limit. Not only did he not dodge the attack, but he also stepped on the ground and met Kai Shui's attack head-on. You're very interesting. Kai Shui laughed sinisterly. You're not bad either. Yang Kai also laughed. In the exchange of words, their hands were not ambiguous, and there was no trace of fancy moves. No matter who it was, this attack was done with all their strength, without holding back. Kai Shui wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Yang Kai, so that he could gain control of the Type 6 monster beast. In the face of such an enemy's attack, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to hold back. Fist and palm collided, exploding in the air with a muffled sound, shaking everyone's eardrums, and the heaven and earth energy in an instant chaotic. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. Kai Shui was sent flying, while Yang Kai fell like a meteor. Peng! Yang Kai smashed a small hole in the ground, and when he got up, he could not help but have some blood at the corner of his mouth. Kai Shui, on the other hand, landed on the ground, his face slightly reddened, but he was fine. This time, Kai Shui had the upper hand. Even so, Kai Shui's eyes still flashed a trace of disbelief, and he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Before he could see Yang Kai's state, a series of wind blades attacked him. Kai Shui cursed and hurriedly dodged. This was an attack from a Type 6 monster beast. He could not block more than a few times. You! Zemo exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai shouted, knowing that she was in a dilemma, so naturally he would not force her to help. Using his movement skill again, he rushed straight towards Kai Shui. Kai Shui paled, not daring to stay any longer, he fled in panic. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to withstand a single blow, and as long as he killed Yang Kai he would be able to turn the situation around, but he had not expected this person to be so strong. Even though he was a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, he had only suffered some minor injuries. There was no way to take Yang Kai's life in a short time. The Type 6 monster beast had fallen into the enemy's hands, and his junior sister would not help, so how could Kai Shui stay and die? Seeing Kai Shui flash 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up, directly jumping onto the back of the Type 6 monster beast and quickly chasing after him. Zemo hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and following behind him. Her life and death was still in Yang Kai's hands. How could she not care? In the jungle, 3 figures flew one after the other. Kai Shui rushed to the front, his speed extremely fast. Yang Kai, riding the Type 6 monster beast, followed closely behind. A few kilometers behind was Zemo, leading her dozen monster beasts. Her expression was conflicted. She wanted to keep up, but also wanted to escape. She could not make up her mind, her speed not too fast nor too slow. In the midst of the pursuit, the Type 6 monster beast displayed its might, sending out a series of wind blades 1,000 meters away, cutting down thick trees like wheat. The tyrannical strength of the Type 6 monster beast was clear to see. This was a powerful monster beast comparable to an immortal Ascension boundary master. Although Kai Shui was fleeing, he did not look distressed, only anxious. He was worried that if he continued to run like this, sooner or later he would run out of Yuan Qi. On the other hand, the burly cultivator did not need to worry about this problem. Once he was forced into a desperate situation, he really would not be able to escape. Little did he know, Yang Kai was also very conflicted at this moment. Although the beast slave seal was strange and powerful, he had only ever used it on 4th or 5th order monster beast, never a Type 6 monster beast. Before, he had speculated that the beast slave seal was not invincible, it should be limited by strength, but he had never had the opportunity to verify it. Now that he had tried it, it seemed to be the case. Yang Kai was now at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, which was equivalent to the peak of the 4th order monster beast. At this level, the beast slave seal could easily control a Type 4 monster beast, or even a Type 5 monster beast, but when it came to the Type 6 monster beast in front of him, it was not so effective. This monster beast's subconscious was attacking the beast slave seal that he had inserted into its body. Although it was still obedient to his control and orders, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at most an hour for the beast slave seal to shatter, and at that time, the Type 6 monster beast would once again fall under Kai Shui's control. The situation was not good. He had to finish this battle within an hour, otherwise, there would be a change in the situation. Yang Kai did not know if using the beast slave seal on a Type 6 monster beast twice in a row would have any effect. If it did not, thinking of this, Yang Kai continued to give orders to the monster beast under him. This monster beast was now very obedient. After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, its speed suddenly increased a lot, gradually closing the distance between it and Kai Shui. After an incense stick worth of time, Kai Shui, who was in the midst of sprinting, looked back and almost could not help but curse out loud. The original distance of 1,000 feet had been closed by about 500 feet, and in another incense stick worth of time, Kai Shui would catch up. Should I go there? A thought suddenly flashed in Kai Shui's mind, and he looked hesitant, unable to make up his mind. Kai Shui did not know what was so mysterious about that place. It was a forest surrounded by clouds, and he could not see the situation inside. Kai Shui had accidentally discovered it a few days ago. Kai Shui had intended to go in and explore, but at that time, the Type 6 monster beast was clearly afraid of that place, and Kai Shui was also faintly uneasy, so he gave up on the idea of exploring. But now, the pursuers were getting closer and closer, and there was no way to get rid of them, so Kai Shui had no choice but to take the risk. He had no way to contend against the Type 6 monster beast and the strength of the burly cultivator. The monster beast was afraid of that place, and would definitely not dare to go in. If the burly cultivator went in alone, Kai Shui would have a chance to win. Thinking of this, Kai Shui's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made up his mind. After observing the terrain for a moment, he suddenly turned around and dashed toward that mysterious place. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the distance between Yang Kai and Kai Shui had shortened to 10 feet. At such a close distance, not only could the Type 6 monster beast do whatever it wanted, even Yang Kai could release his killing moves and fiercely attack Kai Shui. In a short time, Kai Shui was somewhat overwhelmed, and was swept by a wind blade, cutting a large hole in his clothes. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi in his body was strong, and it blocked the wind blade's damage. Only a little blood flowed out, and his muscles and bones were not injured. Kai Shui resentfully looked back at Yang Kai, and a cold and provocative smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he turned around again, and plunged into a vast expanse of white dense forest. Yang Kai chased after him. Unexpectedly, the Type 6 monster beast under him suddenly stopped outside the clouds, and Yang Kai did not notice, and under the influence of inertia, he fell into the forest. He hurriedly turned around in midair, and landed on the ground. Before he had time to observe the surrounding terrain, he heard an extremely mournful scream. It was Kai Shui. He seemed to be suffering unbearable pain, and his scream made people's hair stand on end. Yang Kai's face slightly changed, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. This pain was familiar, and it was the same as when the old demon tried to take over his body and destroy his consciousness. Involuntarily, Yang Kai groaned, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat poured out like water, and his whole body trembled. Ah! An even more mournful, even more tragic cry came out, and it was even more mournful than Kai Shui's cry. It was the old demon's cry of pain. Chapter 257. Old Demon's screams continued, rising and falling, filled with panic and fear. Old Demon. Yang Kai endured the pain in his head and shouted, "What's wrong with you?" "Young master." The old demon's voice trembled. "What the hell is this place? Why is my soul being attacked?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the pain in his head was so familiar. It turned out that it was the feeling of his soul being injured. For the past few days, Yang Kai had been using this method to torture and deter Zimo and Lung Shan, but today he would also have to bear this pain. This was truly a case of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. It wasn't that he didn't get what he wanted, it was just that the time had not yet come. Kai Shui had led him into this forest wrapped in white fog, clearly with ill intentions. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain several dozen feet away. It seemed that he didn't know the mystery of this place, so he couldn't bear the consequences of accidentally breaking in. Now, both of them were suffering from the pain of having their divine souls injured. They couldn't fight at all. "Young master, quickly leave this place. This white fog is very strange. It doesn't hurt the body, only the soul. This old servant can't bear it," the old demon urged anxiously. Although he was a 10,000-year-old demon, right now he was only a soul without a physical body. Normally, he could hide in the Soulbreaker all freely, but now, as soon as he entered this place, he immediately encountered Nemesis. The torture and pain he suffered was much worse than Yang Kai and Kai Shui. In this short period of time, the old demon clearly felt that his soul strength had weakened a little. This discovery made him panic and grieve. "Good, you bear with it." Yang Kai struggled to look up and glanced at Kai Shui, only to see that he was also running amok in the white fog, trying to find a way out, but he still couldn't find it. Gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing pain, Yang Kai quickly retreated in the direction he had rushed in. After retreating a few hundred meters, he was still surrounded by white fog. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. When he rushed into this white fog, at most he could only go a few dozen meters, so why hadn't he retreated yet? Unwilling to give up, he retreated another 1,000 feet, but it was still the same. "Old demon. This place is very strange, I can't get out." Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The old demon cried out miserably, and it couldn't help but feel despair when it heard this. Could it be that this old servant will die here today? This old servant is unwilling to accept this. He had been sealed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance for countless years until the restriction of the Heaven's Cave inheritance was broken. Only then was he able to escape. Although he was subdued by Yang Kai. In any case, they had come out, but now they were facing a life and death crisis, so the old demon was naturally filled with resentment. Yang Kai frowned. Resisting the sharp pain in his head with great difficulty, he observed the terrain left and right while thinking of a way to escape. There must be some kind of restriction placed here. That was why it was so strange. The old demon wasn't doing anything right now, and Yang Kai himself couldn't find the source of the restriction, so how could he break it? "I'm a bit dizzy." Suddenly, Kai Yang saw stars in front of his eyes, and his footsteps staggered. "It's over, this is dangerous. This is a sign that your soul is damaged. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid young master's soul will be destroyed." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Enduring all kinds of discomfort, his mind raced. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said, "Old demon, enter my golden body and try." "What golden body? Oh." The old demon didn't understand at first, but immediately understood and quickly hid inside Yang Kai's unyielding golden body. After a while, the old demon's laughter came. "Ha ha ha. Young master, your golden body is really amazing, it can actually resist the attack of the white fog. This old servant is safe now." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "You're safe, but I'm in danger." The unyielding golden body was all-encompassing. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this white fog was, since it could attack one's soul, it must be a manifestation of some kind of energy, so he suddenly had the idea of letting the old demon try. It turned out to be effective. "Young master, you must hold on." The old demon nervously cheered for Yang Kai. Although he didn't have any worries now, if Yang Kai died, he couldn't escape his fate. "Is there any way to let my soul escape into the golden body?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged, his clothes soaked with sweat, his fists clenched, his body trembling. "You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary." The old demon sighed. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, without cultivating his divine sense, how could his soul escape into the golden body? Yang Kai grit his teeth and tried his best to resist the pain coming from his head, his yuan qi becoming uncontrollably chaotic. The pain lasted for a long time before the feeling of dizziness hit him again. Yang Kai staggered and fell to the ground, his soul damaged for the second time. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his soul was destroyed and he ceased to exist. He had to find a way to get out of this crisis. Although the situation was not good, in this adversity, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Taking advantage of this short period of dizziness, before the pain hit him, Yang Kai gathered all of his will and spirit and tried to think of a way to escape. While Yang Kai was concentrating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his mind. This was not an illusion, but a real sensation. With the spread of this cool sensation, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly became clear and his whole body felt warm. The pain in his head also disappeared, as if he had been enlightened. Even his pale face became somewhat rosy. "Chem?" With a trace of doubt on his face, Yang Kai slowly got up and frowned as he felt the changes in his body before and after. "Young master?" The old demon called out softly. Yang Kai did not answer and was still immersed in feeling. A moment later, accompanied by a short groan, the severe pain hit him again. This was unbearable pain. This pain lasted for a while, and when the pain reached a certain extent, the familiar feeling of dizziness came again. At the same time, the cool sensation in his mind also spread, not only dispelling the dizziness but also eliminating the pain. The situation was exactly the same as before. This time, Kai Yang's perception was even more detailed, allowing him to grasp a key point. The pain was caused by the white fog attacking his soul, and the dizziness was caused by the damage to his soul. However, after 2 or 3 times, not only did Yang Kai not feel that his soul was damaged, but it even grew a little because his perception seemed to have expanded a little, which was the most obvious sign of the strength of his soul. Although the increase was not much, it was really increasing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old demon, this time, I'm afraid this young master has profited from a disaster." Yang Kai suddenly laughed, but before his laughter fell, he couldn't help groaning, clutching his head as his whole body spasmed. After a long time, when Yang Kai returned to normal, the old demon asked, "What's going on?" "The soul-warming lotus is working." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's repairing my damaged soul." The old demon was startled and suddenly realized. The old demon was also panicking just now, so he didn't think about this at all. Now that Yang Kai reminded him, he finally understood. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had collected a 5-colored soul-warming lotus, which was a supreme treasure for nourishing the soul. However, Yang Kai had never reached the immortal ascension boundary, so although the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was in his mind, he had never seen it before. This time, Yang Kai fell into this dangerous place and his soul was damaged, so the soul-warming lotus naturally played a role. With this treasure, why would he need to fear the surrounding white fog? The white fog and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, one damaged the other, replenished the other. During this process, Yang Kai's soul was also slowly growing. However, this process was quite painful and was not something an average person could endure. Young master is blessed by the heavens, old servant knew that nothing would happen to you. Old demon's belated words shook the heavens. Yang Kai smiled lightly and no longer worried, instead sitting down cross-legged and allowing the white fog to envelop him, he remained motionless. Although this place was dangerous, it was also a good place to temper one's soul. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to find such a treasure again? So Yang Kai made up his mind to stay here for a while. Although each time the soul-warming lotus healed his soul, the improvement it brought to him was very small, but as long as he had enough time, he might be able to cultivate his knowledge. See. The pain came again and again like a fierce tide, but with his tyrannical willpower, Yang Kai endured it each time. After the pain came dizziness, but at the same time, the soul-warming lotus healed his soul. The process was very slow, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a very time-consuming thing to begin with. Half a day later, a mournful scream suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw was Zemo's brother Kai Shui rampaging through the white fog like a headless fly, his expression extremely ferocious. While charging, he constantly wantonly used his Yuan Qi and various fierce martial skills. This person obviously wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus, he didn't need to worry about his soul being damaged. At this moment, he was already delirious, so even if he could leave this white fog, he would have already lost his mind. Yang Kai slowly got up and stared at him coldly. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but move forward to meet him. Although if he didn't do anything, he would still die, but this was a Yuan Qi 7th stage master, so the blood bead he condensed after his death was naturally extraordinary. Kai Shui had led Yang Kai into this white fog with the intention of taking a risk, but unfortunately, the heavens didn't allow him to do as he wished and instead dug his own grave. If he had known that this white fog was so dangerous, he definitely wouldn't have foolishly rushed in. After 3 steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of Kai Shui and punched out. Kai Shui didn't even try to dodge and instead instinctively met this attack with his palm. Yang Kai sidestepped and dodged, but the burning sun's 3-layer blast landed on his body and with a few muffled sounds, Kai Shui was sent flying. The battle wasn't thrilling at all. Kai Shui had lost his mind, so with his Yuan Qi 7th stage cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength and was killed by Yang Kai in less than 30 breaths. Putting away the blood bead he condensed after his death, Yang Kai sat down and continued to cultivate his soul. Chapter 258. In this isolated world, there was no sun or moon, so he did not know the passage of time. Most of the time, Yang Kai had to rely on his senses to determine how much time had passed. After cultivating for about half a month in the white fog, Yang Kai finally successfully broke through to the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. This was not all the result of his hard work, but also the credit of absorbing more than 80 blood beads. These blood beads were obtained when he parted ways with Chen Shueshu and the others. Most of them were monster beast blood beads, only the blood beads of 5 Yuan Qi masters contained extraordinary energy. After absorbing such a huge amount of energy, after half a month of cultivation, Yang Kai was naturally able to break through and consolidate his foundation in the 9th stage, heading straight towards the Yuan Qi boundary. Over the past half a month, Yang Kai had slowly become accustomed to the pain in his head and could even ignore it. Although the pain was still there, it was not enough to have any effect on Yang Kai. As he repaired the damage, his divine sense slowly grew stronger and his perception expanded. After half a month, Yang Kai began to look for a way out. In any case, he did not need to worry about cultivating his divine sense. The white fog around him would attack him and the soul-warming lotus would automatically repair itself. Whether he cared or not, the result would be the same. After exploring for several days, Yang Kai was still stuck in the white fog, unable to see a way out. The situation was not good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious, even using his yang inflammation wings, but he still could not fly out of this strange place. On this day, while Yang Kai was exploring, he suddenly noticed some changes in the white fog around him. This change was very subtle. If one did not carefully examine it, they would not be able to detect it. This was something that young Kai was only able to discover after his perception had improved. If it had been half a month ago, he would have definitely missed it. Pausing his pace, young Kai carefully observed. After a long time, young Kai determined that the white fog around him was slowly gathering in a fixed direction. Although he did not know why this was happening, young Kai had been searching this place for so long. Now that he had finally found something, naturally he would not let go of any clues. Following the direction of the white fog, as he went deeper and deeper, the flow of the white fog also became faster and faster, faintly bringing with it the sound of the wind, as if there was something in front of him that was absorbing the white fog. Young Kai secretly became vigilant, his footwork very light and slow. Little by little. After a short while, a humming sound was heard, as if a cold wind was pouring into the hole. Young Kai's mind, his perception to its limit. Young Kai cautiously approached the source of the sound. A moment later, young Kai furrowed his brow as he saw a strangely shaped stone standing not far away from him. The white fog was actually flowing into a small hole in this stones. It was as if the stone had a mouth and was sucking in the white mist. After perceiving that there was no danger, young Kai gradually relaxed and walked over with a relaxed expression. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the stone was hollow. The white fog was pouring in from the top and coming out from a small hole at the bottom. That was how the humming sound was made. It was very strange. Young Kai circled the stone with great interest. He found that this stone was not simple. There were traces of attacks on the stone, only faint scratches, but it was not broken at all. These traces must have been left by someone who attacked it. The person who could come here was at least of the Yuan Qi state. But the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator still only left faint scratches. This stone was naturally something special. If it was an ordinary stone, it would have been broken into pieces by the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator. With a plan in mind, young Kai also tried to attack it and found that it was true. He used all his strength to hit it with his palm, but he could not shake it at all. Although he knew that this stone was a treasure, young Kai could only look at it and sigh. Such a big stone, at least a few £1,000, or even more. He definitely could not take it away. While he was sighing, young Kai looked at the bottom of the stone in surprise and slowly squatted down. Under the hole where the white fog came out, there was a small hole. The hole was about the size of a soybean, and at this moment, there was a drop of crystal clear amber liquid in the hole. He leaned forward and sniffed it. His nose was full of fragrance, and his whole spirit was refreshed. It was not inferior to the comfortable feeling when the soul-warming lotus repaired his divine soul. Treasure. Although young Kai did not know what this drop of liquid was, it was definitely a treasure, and a treasure that was very beneficial to the divine soul. Looking at this drop of liquid again, young Kai's eyes were full of greed. He stretched out a finger and carefully controlled the Yuan Qi to take this drop of amber liquid out of the hole. Before he could take a closer look, the surrounding white fog suddenly surged and drilled into the hole above the stone at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. But this time, the white fog that entered the hole did not come out again. Instead, it was all poured into the small hole under the effect of a mysterious force and disappeared. Young Kai looked at all this in amazement. Gradually, there seemed to be a layer of mist in the soybean-sized hole, and there was a trace of amber condensing at the bottom. Could it be that the drop of liquid in his hand was formed by the white fog under such natural conditions? Although this was only a guess, young Kai estimated that it was most likely true based on what he saw. Originally, he wanted to store this drop of treasure, but now that he knew that it could be formed again, young Kai did not care so much. After thinking about it, young Kai directly put the drop of amber liquid into his mouth and swallowed it. His mouth was full of sweetness, like the finest nectar. Young Kai clearly felt that the amber liquid turned into a kind of energy, directly flowing into the dantian, ignoring the burning of the true Yang Yuan Qi, all the way up through the meridians, straight to the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body was light as if he was floating in the clouds, and an indescribable feeling of comfort spread from the inside out. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body rejoiced. His mind was countless times clearer than before. His senses, vision, and hearing were all magnified at this moment by a lot. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai could even see the grass and trees 100 feet away. This place was covered by clouds and mist, and Yang Kai could only see the scenery 100 feet away, and it was still vague, but now, his vision was directly magnified 10 times. His hearing and senses were all significantly improved. Knowing that he must have eaten something extraordinary, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent, and quickly sat down cross-legged, guarding his heart, and refining the energy of the amber liquid. As this energy spread and absorbed, more and more benefits followed. First was the physical benefits. Yang Kai could feel the traces and movements of the heaven and earth energy from the outside world pouring into his body, and he could also feel the movement of his internal organs like the back of his hand. After this sensation passed, a strange and indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's mind. It was somewhat itchy, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his mind, making him want to scratch it but unable to do so. Yang Kai was so anxious that he was at his wit's end, unable to do anything about it. This layer of shackles existed, and even Yang Kai's perception was blocked. This situation lasted for a long time, and suddenly, this layer of shackles was broken. The itchy feeling was replaced by a hearty feeling in an instant, and Yang Kai felt that his spirit had received an indescribable baptism and sublimation. His original perception had evolved and upgraded at the same time, as if it had become an invisible eye, rapidly contracting and condensing, and spreading out with a bang. Everywhere it passed, with him as the center, the surrounding white fog, the vegetation, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was imprinted in his mind, incomparably clear. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, nothing was missed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in his eyes as he quietly pondered. After a long time, he showed a strange smile, and his eyes flashed. "Old demon. I'm afraid I've already cultivated divine sense," Yang Kai said softly. "What?" The old demon was shocked. "Young master, are you not mistaken?" "No, I really have cultivated divine sense." The smile in Yang Kai's eyes deepened, and he described what he had just felt and seen. After the old demon heard this, he was almost shocked by Yang Kai's words, and was speechless for a long time. If that's really the case, then it's definitely divine sense. The old demon's tone was full of shock and admiration. To be able to see everything around him with his eyes closed, what else could it be if not divine sense? Before reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, a cultivator relied on their perception to detect movements around them. The term perception was vague, but it was also a kind of instinct, but this instinct could be strengthened later on. It was based on one's own strength, hearing, sight, smell, and sometimes combined with the air around them to infer the situation around them. Perception was not omnipotent, and it was easy to make mistakes, but before a cultivator reached the Heaven's Gate realm, this was the only way to obtain invisible information. After reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, things were different. Once a cultivator cultivated divine sense, with a single thought, their divine sense could spread out, allowing them to see the situation around them as if they were inspecting it with their own eyes. Compared to the more vague perception, the role of divine sense was undoubtedly much more powerful. This kind of power was not only reflected in detecting the enemy's situation, but also in attacking, making it difficult to defend against. However, divine sense could only be cultivated by an immortal ascension boundary master. What was the young master's realm? Separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. There was a gap between a great realm and a watershed minor realm. Even after following Yang Kai for so long and witnessing his mysteriousness and strength countless times, the old demon still found it somewhat difficult to accept at this moment. Since young master has cultivated divine sense, you must also have a knowledge sea, right? The old demon asked. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He naturally had some understanding of the knowledge sea and had carefully examined himself for a long time to determine that he did not have one. How could that be? The old demon cried out, hesitating for a moment before asking, Young master, can you clearly see the situation inside your body, especially in your mind? There is a soul-warming lotus in your mind. Being able to see it means you already have a knowledge sea. I can't see it, Yang Kai frowned. I can only observe the situation outside my body. Chapter 259. Yang Kai's situation was quite special. It was likely that such a case would not occur even once in 1,000 years. A separation and reunion ninth stage divine sense was not something an average person could achieve. Divine sense was the hallmark of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so generally speaking, it was impossible for a separation and reunion boundary cultivator to cultivate it. What's more, Yang Kai only had his divine sense and did not have a knowledge C, making him even more special. Knowledge C, knowledge C. It was also the direct manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual power. When a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary and cultivated their divine sense, countless wisps of divine sense would converge and form an ocean-like existence, forming a knowledge sea. The size and depth of a knowledge sea was directly proportional to the strength of a cultivator's divine sense. Regarding Yang Kai's current situation, the old demon did not know how to explain it. That drop of amber liquid should be the soul-cleansing du jour when mentioned. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, his tone confident. Back at the lakeside, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's honored master, Zhuo Wen, had said that 30 years ago, someone had found an incredible treasure in this isolated world. One was brilliant flame liquid, and the other was soul-cleansing dew. Attracted by these two treasures, more and more people had come here to experience and explore. Killing Qi Jianxing had allowed Yang Kai to obtain a few drops of brilliant flame liquid, allowing him to temper his yuan qi. Now, chasing Kai Shui and obtaining a drop of soul-cleansing dew was really a stroke of good luck. Moreover, there was more than one drop of soul-cleansing dew. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that at the bottom of the small hole in the rock, there was a layer of amber crystal silk. He believed that as long as he waited a little longer, another drop of soul-cleansing dew would form. In his mind, there was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme divine sense treasure, and after being attacked by the white fog for more than half a month, coupled with the great effect of a drop of soul-cleansing dew, Yang Kai was able to cultivate his own knowledge C when he was just a separation and reunion boundary ninth stage cultivator. Young master, now fully release your divine sense. How large is the range it can cover? Old demon asked. About 2 to 3 li. The old demon sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. Young master's luck is not shallow. The strength of your divine sense has already far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator who has just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, almost equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary second or third stage cultivator. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Even if an average person breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary, their newly formed divine sense is still very fragile. At this time, even if they spread out their divine sense, at most they would only be able to explore 1,000 meters around them. He could only slowly cultivate and nurture it. Only then will the use of divine sense become more and more important. The old demon was very experienced and knew a lot, even though he was not very reliable at times. However, his experience was still very valuable. He told Yang Kai about the benefits and conveniences of having a strong divine sense. Yang Kai was also excited and looked forward to it. After obtaining the divine sense, this would make it easier for him to hide and sneak in. Coupled with his qi concealment skill, if he didn't act now, even an immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage master wouldn't be able to see through his depths. After chatting with the old demon for a long time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Glancing at the small hole in the stone, Yang Kai saw that the number of amber crystal threads at the bottom seemed to have increased by a few. The rate at which the soul-cleansing dew formed was too slow. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 days for a single drop to form. The surrounding white mist continued to pour into the small hole above the stone, converging into the small hole and forming a part of the soul-cleansing dew. This white mist would attack one's soul. However, the soul-cleansing dew formed by this white mist was of great benefit to one's soul. What kind of mysteries were hidden behind this transformation, and whether it had anything to do with this strange stone, Yang Kai didn't know. However, he didn't need to know. All he needed to do was wait for the soul-cleansing dew to form and then extract it. Old demon, keep an eye on it. If the soul-cleansing dew forms, call me. I'm going to enter retreat to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. Young master can rest assured. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai immersed himself completely into his divine sense. Inside the dantian, he burst open a dozen drops of yang liquid. In an instant, the true yang yuan qi in his meridians filled to the brim. His meridians also swelled, and a burst of soreness spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't say a word, instead continuing to circulate his true yang secret art. While absorbing world energy from the outside world, he also compressed and tempered the yuan qi in his body, causing his meridians to squirm, contracting and expanding, endlessly pulsating. Time passed little by little, and the true yang yuan qi in his meridians finally began to undergo some subtle changes. His meridians had been filled with such abundant yuan qi for a long time, gradually becoming wider and thicker than before, as well as more resilient. The transformation of his meridians also increased the speed at which his true yang secret art circulated, and even his true yang yuan qi began to fuse with each other, gradually becoming purer. When the soreness in his meridians disappeared, Yang Kai once again burst open 5 drops of yang liquid, repeating his previous actions. While Yang Kai was refining and fusing his yuan qi, the white fog from the outside world was constantly attacking his soul, and the soul-warming lotus was constantly playing a restorative role. His divine sense slowly grew, keeping pace with the true yang yuan qi in his meridians. About 10 days later, the old demon woke Yang Kai from his retreat. A drop of soul-cleansing dew had formed once again. Yang Kai took it out, but this time he didn't consume it, instead placing it into a bottle. Generally speaking, precious treasures could only be consumed once, and even if they had an effect a second time, the effect would not be very obvious. The soul-cleansing dew was too precious, so Yang Kai didn't want to waste it. If he took it back and refined it into a pill, taking it again would allow him to display its full effect. Cultivation is like the flowing time, great emperor. This saying was not false at all. After Yang Kai entered retreat, he had devoted all of his attention to his meridians, dantian and true yang yuan qi, working hard to refine and fuse his yuan qi, making it purer and more powerful, to the point where he didn't even notice the passage of time. From time to time, the old demon would wake him up and collect a drop of soul-cleansing dew into the bottle. It wasn't until the soul-cleansing dew had filled half the bottle, a dozen drops in total, that Yang Kai gradually touched the threshold of the yuan qi boundary. This time, Yang Kai had spent almost 4 months in retreat, without taking any pills or absorbing any yang qi, only relying on his true yang secret art and his own willpower to refine his yuan qi, finally stepping into the separation and reunion boundary 9th stay. Although the main purpose of staying here was to collect the soul-cleansing dew, the fact that it had taken so long to break through showed how difficult it was to cross the threshold of the yuan qi boundary. Many cultivators were unable to cross this threshold in their entire life, leaving them with nothing but grief, speechless and tears. A layer of shackles had been placed on his body, sealing off his yuan qi, making it impossible for him to break through the final stage of fusion and purity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. Immersing his consciousness into the unyielding golden skeleton, where he had stored a drop of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. This was a treasure that he and Xia Ningchang had obtained in the 9 yin mountain valley. Later, half of it had been given to Su Yang, while Yang Kai had kept the other half for himself. Taking this drop of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew out of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai poured it into the dantian. Yang Kai's true yang secret art madly circulated, refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew's effects. Suddenly, a cold sensation burst out from the dantian, spreading outwards at an incredible speed, following his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Catcher. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's entire body, clothes, and hair were all covered in ice. The 9 yin yuan condensing dew was a treasure used to temper yuan qi, and was of a higher grade than the brilliant flame liquid. This was the crystallization of countless years' worth of yin qi, and the chill it contained was difficult for even Yang Kai's true yang yuan qi to resist. However, heat was the nemesis of cold, so Yang Kai didn't feel too uncomfortable. Wherever the medicinal effect of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew passed, the true yang yuan qi instantly solidified, and as if there was some kind of reaction between the two, radioactive ripples began to spread outwards. With the spread of the ripples, The true Yang Yuan Qi, which had already reached the limit of purity, was once again purified. The chill gradually disappeared, and in the meridians of his body, there was the sound of Yuan Qi flowing, like a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant to the ear. *Ka*. The ice on Yang Kai's clothes and hair suddenly shattered into powder. The sky changed color, and the violent energy gathered in mid-air, gathering more and more until it reached a shocking level, and then suddenly poured down, directly rushing into Yang Kai's body. The blessing of advancing to a new realm had come. Yang Kai's whole body trembled, and the countless pores all over his body opened up. The true Yang secret art made a humming sound, accepting the power of heaven and earth into his body. This power of heaven and earth passed through his meridians, and part of it merged into his flesh and bones, tempering his body. The other part that Yang Kai didn't have time to absorb should have returned to heaven and earth, once again becoming a part of heaven and earth, but at this moment, none of it escaped, and was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, not leaving behind a single drop. Every time a cultivator advanced to a new realm, they would have this kind of blessing, but how much benefit they could obtain would depend on their own efforts and the limit of their endurance. An ordinary cultivator, no matter how good their aptitude was, or how strong they were, could at most absorb 30% of the power. The main purpose of this 30% was to temper the cultivator's body, so that it could withstand the impact of the Yuan Qi, and the remaining 70% would dissipate again. But since the first time Yang Kai advanced to a new realm, every time the power of heaven and earth entered his body, he would absorb at least 90% of it. And this time, it was even more direct, not missing a single bit. The tyrannical power of the unyielding golden skeleton could be seen. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth gradually calmed down, and Yang Kai's breath also slowly converged, becoming no different from an ordinary person. Exhaling a long breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his face filled with vigor. Yuan Qi realm. After so many hardships, he had finally reached the height of Yuan Qi realm. In the past, the Yuan Qi realm was an existence he looked up to, and at this moment, he was also standing on the stage of Yuan Qi realm masters. It had only taken him 2 years. Even if he added the previous 3 years of decadence, it was only 5 years. To cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm in 5 years, he would be considered a genius no matter where he went. Gently clenching his fist, he felt that his whole body was full of indescribable explosive power, and the Yuan Qi flowing in his meridians had also undergone a fundamental change. Compared to the previous Yuan Qi that was ethereal and invisible, the current Yuan Qi was undoubtedly more solid and full of powerful energy. Chapter 260. What was flowing in his body could no longer be called Yuan Qi, but Yuan Qi. The two were not on the same level at all. There were originally 70 to 80 drops of Yang liquid in Dantian, but now there were only 20 drops left. However, the energy stored in each drop of Yang liquid was equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 or 4 drop. The lethality of this kind of Yang liquid was much more terrifying than before. After reaching the Yuan Qi realm, the Yuan Qi in a cultivator's body was also divided into different grades. Grade 1 to Grade 9, Grade 1 was the highest, and Grade 9 was the lowest. Although this division could not be considered as part of the entire cultivator's promotion system, it was a widely recognized division. When a normal cultivator reached the Yuan Qi realm, if they did not have the help of precious treasures, their Yuan Qi would mostly be Grade 9. Even with the help of precious treasures, they would only be able to reach Grade 8. Even so, it was still a great fortune, enough to make most people smile from ear to ear. This grade of Yuan Qi could indeed display more strength in battle than normal Yuan Qi, but after all, it was only at the end. If they met an opponent of a higher grade than Yuan Qi, even if their realm was higher, they would definitely not be a match for them. The grade of Yuan Qi would slowly increase as a cultivator cultivated in the future. However, even if they cultivated to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, if they did not have any special opportunities, Yuan Qi would only be Grade 3 or Grade 4. Very few people could reach Grade 2, as for Grade 1, it was just a legend. It could be said that when a cultivator reached the Yuan Qi realm, the grade of Yuan Qi in their body would determine their future and development. This was the foundation of their life. When those geniuses reached the Yuan Qi realm, they would at least be grade 7 Yuan Qi, and some would even reach grade 6. The higher their grade, the better their future would be. Yang Kai did not know what grade the Yuan Qi in his body was now, but it was definitely not grade 1. It was at least grade 6 or 7, or even higher. Brilliant flame liquid, the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, which one of them was not a precious treasure for tempering Yuan Qi? They were all extremely difficult to find. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had used both. In addition, he had worked hard to refine his Yuan Qi when he was at the separation and reunion boundary. As a result, the Yuan Qi he had formed was of a high quality. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. "Old demon, what's going on?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Yang Kai found that he was no longer in the middle of the white fog, nor did he find the stone that could produce the soul-cleansing dew. Instead, he found himself in a barren land. As far as the eye could see. In the distance, lush and verdant forests swayed gently in the wind. A few days ago, there was a sudden surge of strange energy, and then young master appeared here. But at that time, you were at the final juncture of breaking through to Yuan Qi. This old servant did not dare to disturb you. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly understood. It seemed that he had been sent out of that exotic land. That day, Ling Tai Shu had said that he would enter that exotic land to gain experience. There was no need to find the way out, because he simply couldn't find it. At a certain time, he would naturally leave. This period of time could be long or short, as long as 2 to 3 years, and as short as a few months. This time, it would take about a year. The exotic land experience was over. It was a pity that he didn't have the soul-cleansing dew. It took about 10 days to produce a drop of soul-cleansing dew. If he had stayed there longer, he should have been able to collect more. However, Yang Kai was content, as he had already collected more than a dozen drops. This place should be Netherworld Mountain. It was the only forbidden land in the Great Han Dynasty. When he entered with Ling Tai Shu that day, all he encountered were 5th or 6th order monster beast. There were many of them, and they were extremely fierce. Now that he was out, he could only rely on himself. There was no trace of other people, so they should have already left Netherworld Mountain. Those people were the elites of their respective sects, and their strength was not weak. If they encountered a 5th order monster beast, they would definitely be able to handle it. If it was a 6th order one, as long as it wasn't too strong, escaping should not be a problem. "Young master, there's something strange here." "What's strange?" "You might as well fly up and take a look." Old demon's words. Yang Kai nodded. He released his divine sense. In an instant, everything within a dozen miles was imprinted into his mind. This time, during his seclusion to break through to the Yuan Qi realm, his divine sense had inadvertently strengthened a lot. Not perceiving any danger or life nearby, Yang Kai unfolded his young inflammation wings and flew into the air. Looking down, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough. Old demon took a deep breath. This place, why does it look like it was hit by a palm strike? Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew, and all the trees had been reduced to dust. If one looked carefully, one could even see a clear palm print covering the ground within a radius of a few dozen miles. It should have been hit by a palm strike. Who could be so tyrannical? Kai Yang was shocked. Such a feat, such strength, was simply too shocking. Ling Tai Shu and Meng Wu Ya were definitely among the top masters in the world, but Yang Kai estimated that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to create such a palm print. Moreover, this palm print looked like it had been there for some time, at least half a year or even a year. Even now, this place was still barren. One could imagine how destructive the power contained in it was. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. When Ling Tai Shu, Gui Li of Ghost King Valley, and the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace entered Nether Mountain together, Ling Tai Shu had asked the old woman a question. The old woman's answer was that there had been some kind of change in Nether Mountain, so all the 5th order and 6th order monster beasts had been driven to the periphery. The time was almost the same. Could the change that the old woman mentioned be related to the master who caused all this? We can't stay here for long, Old Demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded, identified the direction, and directly used his Yang inflammation wings to fly out. Before, he didn't dare to act wantonly because he didn't have the ability to investigate his surroundings, but now that he had his divine sense, things were different. Spreading out his divine sense, he could see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about being spied on. Half an hour later, Yang Kai flew out of Nether Mountain. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai checked his position, determined the direction, and walked towards a certain place. Young Master isn't returning to High Heaven Pavilion? Old Demon saw some clues. The direction Yang Kai was heading was not the same as High Heaven Pavilion. Not for the time being, I'm going to Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai nodded. The 5th page of the wordless black book clearly instructed him to go to Medicine King's Valley, but he didn't know what was there. Last time, he wanted to cultivate for a while and wait until his strength was a little stronger before going, but he had not expected that Ling Tai Shu would take him to Nether Mountain for experience. Now that his strength had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, it was natural for him to go to Medicine King's Valley and have a look. After breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, Yang Kai could now use his movement skill, making his movements much more elusive than before. With a single breath of Yuan Qi, he could now travel more than 1,000 meters. However, after trying it out a few times, he no longer used his movement skill. It really consumed too much of his Yuan Qi. 2 days later, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away from Nether Mountain. While walking on a public road, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his mind. This feeling was not his own, but was transmitted from a certain direction. Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look in that direction. Faintly, he felt that there was something abnormal a few dozen kilometers away. Frowning, Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. His divine sense could only cover a dozen kilometers at most, so how could he transmit a few dozen kilometers away? A brand. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he finally understood why he felt uneasy. In that isolated world, he had planted a brand in Zemo and Lung Shan's souls, so now, a few dozen kilometers away, one of them must have encountered some kind of danger, which was why he was able to detect it. Was it Zemo or Lung Shan? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression sank and he hurriedly rushed in that direction. Yang Kai's perception was not wrong. A few dozen kilometers away, Zemo was facing the greatest danger of her life. When Yang Kai had separated from her, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage, and after such a long time in that isolated world, her strength had now reached the 7th stage of Yuan Qi. Her background was not low, so Zemo could be said to be one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation. But now, she was in a worrisome situation, scrambling to deal with the enemy's attacks, and in imminent danger. There was a long wound on her abdomen, and blood had dyed her clothes red. Her footsteps were disorderly, and her beautiful face was pale. Even in this dangerous situation, she could only grit her teeth and not make a sound. When she left Nether Mountain, her luck was not good and she had encountered many monster beast attacks. If not for her soul-controlling insect controlling one of the monster beast, she would have likely died in Nether Mountain. In that battle, she had suffered some injuries, and the monster beast she had controlled had been left behind in order to cover their retreat. After escaping with great difficulty, she had not expected to encounter a person who wanted to kill her. She knew this person, it was the one Yang Kai had been looking for, Wu Chengyi. Wu Chengyi's strength had reached the Yuan Qi 8th stage. Although he was only a minor realm higher than Zemo, one had come prepared while the other had been injured and was caught off guard. In the battle, Zemo quickly fell into a disadvantage and was accidentally struck by a sword, causing her condition to worsen. As the sword chi flew towards her, Zemo's expression became dignified, and she quickly took out a bronze mirror-like artifact and activated her Yuan Qi, transforming it into a shield in front of her. Ding ding dang dang dang, the sword chi struck the shield, and although it did not hurt Zemo, it still forced her to retreat, gasping for breath. I only want that beast taming technique. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Wu Chengyi said expressionlessly as he pointed the sword in his hand at Zimo. In that isolated world, Wu Chengyi had personally witnessed the strength of the Tianlang cultivator's beast-taming technique, so naturally he wanted to get his hands on it. This time, he had ambushed Zimo in order to obtain Sen Luo Temple's secret technique. Wishful thinking. Zimo ground her teeth. Wu Chengyi sneered, "I'll give you one last chance, otherwise, when I capture you, even if you want to die, it will be difficult. With such an exotic woman like you, I think many people will be interested." Zimo's eyes flashed a cold light, but she suddenly laughed. "Are you interested?" Wu Chengyi's expression was as cold as ice. "I cultivate the ruthless sword, so I won't be tempted by a woman. So you'd better put away your petty thoughts, but I do have a martial uncle who is extremely lecherous. I think he will be very willing to accept you." Zimo's pretty face changed, and she ground her teeth as she cursed, "Pervert." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.